Yo guys, what up, big what's up? It's your main man here, HH Half to That Hope, coming at you here for another of these discussions. Of course, last week we had a almost 5 hour discussion about everything race, and it was a very, very deep discussion where we broke down the protests, black people, white people, where we stand. And I said again, we only reached the tip of the iceberg. And for me, even when you look at the titles that I put down, these are very, very basic titles that I put down because we're going to really expand upon this. So I wanted the jump off point, because I always use this as jump off points because we delve into deeper things. So the jump off points are the relationship between Africans and African Americans with regards to how the past, the African Americans, was cut away. So we're going to delve into that, and of course, we're also going to delve into white people as well, and the relationship with white people specifically. I'd hope to get some white guys upon him, but I want us to talk deeper with regards to interracial marrying, white girlfriends, and how we differ in how black people relate to white men and white women as well. So those are the two different things I want to roll with. So of course, what we are expecting a few more people to come in, and they may pop in or out within the next few hours or so. So me and Sam were just trying to hold you guys down till we get the other guests. So Sam, let me kick things off with you then. So let's start first with this whole Africans and African American things. So you living in, I already know you have Nigerian roots because you say you're Igbo. So you living in America in 2020 right now, I know how it was like 5 years, 2020 right now, what is the relationship, the general consensus and relationship between African Americans and Africans in America right now?
To be technical, I haven't lived in the US since 2012 actually. Okay. But I mean I've been back to the States and forth like the past couple of years.
Wait, so why? So why? Where are you based now?
I'm in Germany. I'm in Stuttgart, Germany.
Okay, cool, Germany. Oh, okay, all right, okay.
But yeah, that has changed over the past 5 to 7 years. I mean, like, you're talking, I mean, the relationship between Black Americans and Africans, I would say probably is a little bit closer than it was before. Big thing is that because when you consider a lot of the people who get visas when they come out of Nigeria or come out of like anywhere in Africa, they're getting the best and brightest from us. So it's usually students and these people tend to go over to the US and like work hard and like make it up, and their kids end up working hard as well, unless depending on the situation. One of the big things I would say is that there's usually a lot of criticism. I knew that in my household there was a lot of criticism. My dad used to sometimes say stuff about like Black Americans, saying that like some of them can't get their acts together. Supported a lot of things locally, supported a lot of causes. But I would say the general sentiment is that they feel that a lot of them feel Black Americans can do better.
So, I mean, because see, here's my thing here. This is just my general points. Because again, I've never really lived in the US. And I don't really know into the day-to-day of what African Americans are sort of dealing with psychologically, racially on the ground. We just see it from the outside in. Because I've always said that what every single African American should do is find their roots in Africa. That will change their whole perspective. Because I tell the story of Richard Pryor. So Richard Pryor, one of the greatest comedians of all time, in all of his comedy acts, he would be like, nigga this, nigga that, nigga this, nigga that, nigga that. He would be using nigga like so much in all of his stand-up things. So I think this was, I think it's called Live on the Sunset Strip, which was one of the later ones that he did. And before he did that stand-up, he had gone to Africa. And he said that when he went to Africa and he saw that everyone was Black, he was like, oh my God, everyone is Black. Then he realized what using that word meant and the kind of repressive, psychological prison using that word was. And since he went to Africa and he saw that everyone was black from the high to the top, he stopped using that word in his stand-up. So that was an eye-opening, enlightening experience for him. Because see, I say to people, I grew up in Nigeria. So hence why I say I have like a zero tolerance for racism, because I grew up in a country where everyone is black. Everyone was black. But for some people, you grew up in a world that from the moment you were a baby, now, because of your color of your skin, there's only so far you can go. Because you're like that, there's only so far you can go. And you're born into a world where white is at the very top and you can never reach there. But I was born into the world where black was just up, down, left, right, boom, 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 boom. I say that first white person I ever saw in my life was when I was 6 years old. For 6 years, I'd never seen a white person ever in my life before. Everyone I saw was black. So my perspective is different. So as to when I came to England, and I saw, oh, you can't do it because I said, wait, what do you know? I can't do it because I'm black. No. So there's no like, well, I know because I'm black and you're white. No, I'm like, no, screw that. I don't give a damn who the heck you are. It's because I'm in a country where everyone is black. So racism for me can't even go. So because African Americans, they are living with this, it's a sickness. And the sickness is this psychological power that whites have over them. And we can even go deep into the N-word and the use of nigger and how that is a catharsis and how that is also a symptom of the disease that African Americans are dealing with. But let me come to MB Brown. So, Brown, what would you say? So first of all, just tell us where you're from, where you live, and your personal view or relationship to Africa and Africans.
So I am originally from the Bronx, New York. I grew up, actually, Sam and I grew up not far from each other and didn't really link up until we both left. So, but I'm in Dallas now. So the experience of being a black man who grew up in the North and then coming down here and interacting with my cousins, we have 100% completely different ways of viewing the world in terms of like they kind of say back home, Southern blacks never really left the plantation in many ways mentally. And it's to the point where I even get told, oh, you sound white, you're trying to be white, et cetera, et cetera. I get told that they're revoking my black card a lot since I moved down here. Just all kinds of stuff like that. And I noticed there's a difference between even black and brown in the South versus black and brown in the North. I noticed that I remember growing up, everybody back in the day was rocking the African medallion. That was the thing to do. I remember back in the day, everybody was boycotting Reebok. That was the thing to do.
I remember that.
Yeah, and then now you get down here, and hell, going back to your talking about the use of that word. I remember when it was taboo to even drop an N-bomb in mixed company. Now brothers are tolerating white brothers dropping that in front of them, referring to them as such. It's insane to me. Like, first off,
I'll tell you a RZA Tarantino story. I'll have a mental note. I'll tell you a story of RZA and Tarantino with regards to what you just said. But carry on.
I was gonna jump off of what MB just said. Like, the first time I heard like white people saying that around black people was when I went to Houston. That was like 5 years ago when I went to Texas 2K. Yo, you remember like Texas 2K13? Okay, so Texas 2K13 is another event. It's a car race. But pretty much the thing is that it takes place in Houston. If you don't know anything about Houston, Houston is one of the most diverse cities in the US. It's one of the few cities in the US where white people aren't the majority. It's like all types of mix of people. But it was kind of a new experience for me there because like in the Bronx, in Tennessee, like all Germany, all the places I've been to, I've never heard like any white people actually use the N-word unless they were like went there. People were talking to each other like these were homies down the block. I'm like, what? I'm like, what are these white boys talking?
Yeah, but real quick, actually, real quick for you guys, can we all just come to an agreement that there isn't a difference? Like the whole ER and A, it's the same thing?
That's ignorance. People saying, well, I said it with an A. Okay. So to black people who have a brain, no, scratch that. To most people who have a brain, there is no difference to your point. Nobody should use that word. I don't tolerate it being used in my presence. I don't use it in my home. And here's a trippy thing that most people won't know about me. Now, growing up in the BX, you heard it used. When Latin brothers or sisters used it, it was a kind of like, you shouldn't be saying that. It hurts a little bit less than a white person saying it, but I don't even really like you saying it. I don't like it when my boy says it, but that's the mentality, right? My adopted father is a white man. Trippy. So it's like I tell people all the time, I get accused of being anti-white because I'm pro-black. And I tell people just because I'm pro-black doesn't mean I'm anti-white. It just means I love my skin and I'm comfortable in my skin. My dad, the man who, now understand, I had a birth father who was a black man who was very much a part of my life. He died due to illness. When he died, my adopted father, Richard, stepped up. First off, raising another man's kid. Second off, raising another man's kid who's a different color than him. Now, I have other adopted siblings who are black, little black boys that my dad took in. He has had the conversation. I had a post on my Facebook the other day about white privilege is about not having to have that conversation with your son before he leaves the house on they're going to see you different. I call it the Superman talk. Even though you've been raised among them, you're not one of them. You know what I mean? And the thing about it is the privilege is not having to have that conversation or even knowing that conversation exists. My dad is a white man who knows that conversation exists. But where I'm coming back to this, I remember one day I got mad because I used to game with my dad online, right? We would do interactive games. And somebody, I think, talked out the side of their mouth and dropped an N-bomb. And I kind of went in on him. And I was like, you shouldn't say that, blah, 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 blah. And then he kind of took me on the side after. He's like, I'm gonna tell you something, son. Nobody should use that word. A white man told me that. You gotta understand something. My dad's a hippie, right? He was the dude in the 70s who was, puff and pass with the brothers. So he was the dude in the 60s, puff and pass with the brothers. He was there for the movement. So he's telling other people, regardless of the color, nobody should say that word. It's a filthy word. My hand to God, I've never said that like that again in my life after that conversation because it hit me.
Yeah, no, because because I want to definitely, because there's so many ways we can go there because you've even opened up another interesting area with regards to having whites that's white parents and having those racial discussions, because that is why I've always said that I'm not sure whether I'd be able to have any mixed race kids because I don't know how I'd be able to fully navigate them in this very binary world of you're either black or you're white. It is just very, very complex. It's unfortunate because it should be like, hey, whatever race you are, it's everything. But so it's very interesting what you've touched on. But I want to bring Raymond into this so we can just touch on this. So Raymond, what would you say are two questions then, since we've already opened up. So first one is your relationship towards Africa and Africans, and the second one, what is where do you stand on the N word, nigger, and so forth, whether it can be said and who should say it?
So question one, born in America, so an African American, as far back as we can follow records, which is like 1880s, we are Black Americans. So we, both sides of the family come from African Americans who were slaves, okay? My interaction with Africans began in college and moved forward through my military career. So I say that to say this. I learned about different populations. So what I learned was there was a population of African Americans who looked down on Africans. There's also a population of Africans who look down on African Americans. So I put myself and I associate with that third population that does neither. It's sadly a small group. It's a small group, but compared to the other two. So my experience is I will be sitting around other African Americans making fun of the Nigerian dude. And I'm like, oh man, this dude talk funny, he crazy, he this, he that. I'm like, he's the cat that was smart enough to get into med school here, bro. What are you talking about? Like, you know, what are you talking about? He's like 10 of you combined. So where did you find time to laugh? And on the vice versa, I found that Africans, especially as an African man, Africans, I don't know if it's the TV, the cable, I don't know what they get shown, but I was often running into Africans who thought literally all of us was gang banging on the street corner or something like that. So the idea that I also paid attention in school was hard for a lot of them to fathom. So that's a short for number one. We can go back to that if you want. For using of the N-word, I don't use it personally, except for when I'm writing or trying to get a point across about culture. So I talk often about the things we're talking about. So I'll use it in that context, but for my own personal conversation, it's not part of it. Having said that, I don't take offense to other Black, I believe in intent. So it depends how you're using it for me. So a word is just a word. It's the intention and the effort and the mentality behind the word that I focus on. To me, it's no different than Hindi people. They've had a swastika symbol in their culture for 5,000 years. I'm not offended when Hindi people have a swastika on the side of a building in India. Okay, that's not them being about Hitler. Having said that, yeah. If I see a white bald kid walking down the street in New York with a swastika carved into the middle of his skull, I'm not going to assume he's celebrating that Hindi culture. So for me, it depends.
I mean, so going back to, I suppose the whole African. Okay, sorry, go for it.
Yeah, because I never talked about the N-word part, but
yeah, go for it.
But yeah, pretty much the thing about it though is that I'm kind of like both of the guys about it. Use of it, I don't like using it. It kind of like when it comes to the actual word in use, I think like literally I maybe only use it with like one or two people. Like if I'm talking with like dudes on the street, like that sometimes you have to like get a point across and you got to break shit down. Sometimes I might use it, but most of the 90% of the time I don't, because I don't need to use it. When I'm talking with Raymond, when I'm talking with MB, when I'm talking with most of my friends, because to me, it's almost the way I consider it is that when a Black person uses it, it's kind of like using the F word. I'm very casual with, as you already know, I'm very casual when it comes to profanity. But the thing is that obviously it's not something that you want to use. It's not something where you want to like say something where, oh, I'm not going to use the F word around my mom. I'm not going to use the F word around professional people. I'm not going to use it around older Black people. I'm not going to use it around like people that I respect. I may just use it around my friends, but then again, the N word kind of has that extra stuff to it. And then like with white people, I mean, I correct them on the spot with it. It's a matter, just like people, it's a matter of intent. Most of the time when I actually ever hear white people say it is usually when they're like singing, repeating themselves the song.
So let me ask you guys this then. So is there any instance where you would be fine with a white person saying nigger?
Well, I mean, I manage my expectations, not people, so I'm always fine with it. But I think what you're asking is where I personally think intentions are not from the best place, or really what you're asking is there intention? Is there times where they can use it? And I think the intention is from a right place. Do I think there is a correct place? And I would say yes, because I think about the times I use a term. I will say 100% of the time when I use those words, I am quoting Tupac, a civil rights leader, or I am talking about racist. So I'm quoting Tupac, a civil rights leader, or a racist when I use the term. So if a white person is quoting Tupac, when he sees something happen, he's like, there they go again. There's another cop, pull a trigger, kill a nigga, he's a hero. I don't take offense to that. He's relating to a point from that moment in the song. If he's quoting James Baldwin, yeah, I doubt a racist took the time to learn James Baldwin just so he can use the N-word. So in those contexts, I'm good with it. Now I'll tell you where you might be surprised. I'm not good with it. I'm not going to fist fight him, but I'm like, I see your pseudo-racist self. When they be loving the repeat Dave Chappelle skits or Boondock skits. So when I engage a white guy who knows every single Boondock skit that allows him to say the N-word and he memorized it, I'll ask him, what was that skit about, man? Like, because Magruder, he's got underlying reasons for all those skits.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, I don't know. I don't get into politics. So all I heard was, you just wanted an excuse to say nigger. And I'll say that. You just need an excuse to say nigger. That's why you there. Dave Chappelle, why did he do that skit about the blind black racist? If they'd ever think about it, they don't want to think about it, they don't want to talk about it, then for me, yeah, I got issues with those people because they show in their hearts.
Okay. So some question for Brown. So Brown?
Yeah, what's up? Same question?
So same question again. So is there any instance in which you would be fine with white people saying nigger?
Well, for me, it's less about the color of the person and more about just the person and just the word being used in general. But as stated, there are exceptions, and I mean that was pretty much the same situations for me. If you're quoting something for context, because I think context matters in everything, right? It makes no point getting just upset at something for being. If there's a difference between someone using words in an effort to dehumanize you and someone using words in an effort to have a conversation about something greater. But you do have to be mindful. I had a similar situation like that happen where someone, I put up a quote by LBJ, and they quoted the LBJ quote where he says, "I'll have those niggers voting Democrat for the next 200 years," which is not necessarily proven that he said that. It's not doubt that he said that because he was known to drop N-bombs all the time and private company from what people who knew him said. But did he say that exact quote? Folks don't know. But the person who used it felt perfectly fine using an unsubstantiated quote and dropping that on, social media. And my point to him was, I have no problem with you using quotes that are legit, verified, etc. But if you're just dropping the word, and he was white, but it's neither here nor there. But if you're just dropping the quote to say the word, that to me seems like you just wanted to use it with impunity, and You just want it to go ahead and just celebrate it. It's not the case of you actually trying to advance the conversation. You're just trying to get your rocks off. I have a problem with that. I don't necessarily think that if it benefits the conversation, if it moves it forward, like they say, I'll allow it. I'm not made of stone. I think we have to be flexible as people, right? Because if you get upset all the time and about every little thing, people stop giving a shit about when something really happens that's bad, because they'll just know you as a whiner and a complainer. It's like my mom taught me that growing up. You can't get mad at every single little infraction that someone does, because what's going to end up happening is you're going to be mad all the time. And you'll just be the stereotypical angry black man. 2, they'll be desensitized to your anger. So when the one guy who's never angry gets angry, everyone's like, oh crap.
You listen.
Yes, but when someone who's always whining just whines, and that's the problem that we're having.
It's like the boy who cried wolf.
Cried wolf, and that's the problem we're having right now. I think as a community is everyone's a hashtag.
I'd have to push back on that one a little bit, guys, because the boy that cried wolf, he was crying about things that were not real.
Yeah, but not everything that's real requires 100% of your focus to the point where you want everyone to stop and look at it. I mean, you want people to be cognizant of it, but should everything require a national protest, even before you know the facts of the situation? Not necessarily.
I'm saying we don't know. We don't know.
Well, true, but that's my point too. Until we know, be steady.
But we preach that to others, though. I guess what I'm saying. We're always preaching to someone else to be steady. We're not practicing being steady.
But that's my point. That's my point.
You see, I see where sort of both of you are coming from. I see, because like the boy who cried wolf, it's similar. It's not the same, because again, if people know the kind of story, those were lies. He was lying all the time. So with black people saying, having their grievances, these grievances are real. But from where Brown is coming from is, if you're super angry at every little grievance, then you're never really going to make any true headway, because you're always going to have those different microaggressions. Yes, bring them up. But I think where Brown is coming from is that, okay, if you want that real change, are those bigger transgressions that's really hold you back, those systemic transgressions. Because if you now stop those systemic transgressions, those could trickle down and stop the micro transgressions. But that's bringing us to a very interesting point, which is the movement, Black Lives Matter movement, and the end game. The end game, and there's something that me and Reef, we spoke of. I've never used the hashtag Black Lives Matter. I've never used it. I am for it. I'm for the movement. But I always say this: the movement becomes an organization. The organization then becomes an institution. I am for the movement and for the organization. The institution will always become poisoned, because the institution will always become compromised, and the institution will always become co-opted. That is what will happen, and I think that's what is happening with BLM. It's becoming co-opted, it's becoming diluted.
I agree with that. What I was going to say about that is that my big issue with this is that it feels like it's jumping from one end to the other. In my opinion, it seems like because as a movement, I get the energy, but it feels like a sledgehammer. When
I still have no clue what we're talking about here. A man was killed. He was tortured and murdered in the street for 9 minutes, and we're talking about every little thing. Did I miss something? Tell me about the protest. Tell me about the rioting and the mass looting that started because a white woman looked at a black guy funny. Tell me about the riot or the mass protest of the city that got set aflame because a white person or a black person got their feelings hurt. I don't know what we're talking about. And so when I say it's got nothing to do with the boy that cried wolf, using that logic, that story teaches you that the story should teach you that if you keep telling lies, after a while, people won't believe you. The way that you guys are selling it to me right now, and I think the world, it's not just you, the moral of that story is if you keep telling people something's going on, they're not going to care anymore. That's a dangerous message. That's the equivalent of saying, you killed one of my family members today. Then you do it tomorrow, and you kill one of my family members every single day. And every single day I act like you killing one of my family members is a big deal. And you're telling me, hey, yes, that's going on, but if you keep telling us that we're killing your family members every day, we're going to stop caring.
Real quick before I continue, Raymond, this is now where I'm coming to now, because hence why I said, what is the end game? You have to now see what the reality is. What do you want to achieve?
I don't know why this is a question.
Because my thing is that if you want to achieve equality in this system, that's never happening. That's never happening.
So that needs to tear down the system. You hear people talking about defunding. So I'm an engineer by trade. Well, work in engineering. I'm a data scientist. So you build something, and then maybe after you built it, you come back to me later and you say you wanted to do something it wasn't designed to do originally. We can try to modify it, but sometimes we might say, hey, this wasn't built to do this. You have to get something entirely different. I'm sure Sam can come up with a better analogy with car parts. Maybe there's a car part that you bought to do a certain thing originally, but now you want to do something else and it wasn't built for that. Maybe you can modify it. You might have to get something new. We need to be honest that America was not built to treat everyone equally. I don't care what the paper says. When that paper was written, people were in chains. So keep it real. You know, people love to sit there and name every founding father that wrote a side document outside of the Constitution about how they didn't like slavery. You know why you got to tell me that? Because that paper they wrote looks nothing like this country. That's why you got to tell me, because it didn't mean nothing. So we first need to be honest about the question, even yes or no, whether it's the police force or whatever, was it designed to do what we want it to do now? If the answer is no, can it be modified? And if the answer is no, how do we replace it? And that's where the conversation gets lost a lot, because people just want to, because it's not working the way we want it to, get rid of it. Vacuums are no better. In fact, I argue vacuums are worse. You can't just get rid of everything. You have to replace it with something better. You have to make it obsolete.
Is this? I think you're getting it. I think the thing Raymond's getting into is basically the whole transition that a lot of people in Black Lives Matter are pushing. In Minneapolis right now, they're pushing the vote for not even defunding the police, just completely disbanding them. And that's the vacuum he's talking about. Because if that vacuum comes up, it'll be like the times of Prohibition. At least in my opinion, it could be something like the lines of Prohibition, because if there's nobody there, who's going to take up order? Always comes some way or another. But
when I engage these people, Sam, they're not saying disband the police forever. They're saying this one's too far gone. This was not designed for us.
But
let's build something that works for us.
Yeah, they're defunding. They're defunding the.
You see, real quick, and then I'll come to Brandon. See, my thing is that you're fighting white supremacy. You're fighting a system. You're fighting something that has been going through for hundreds and hundreds of years. That's police force. It is imperative that police force exists the way it is, because it is a very important component of instilling and maintaining that system. Which is why I just say, like, keep on target. So whenever people say, okay, we want equality, we want all of us to work together, whites and blacks to work together like in one big happy family, relax, chill. Take it a peg down. Keep your focus. The police force, that is the target. Can you reshape and change how the police force operates? Because what these guys have been fighting for is we need these guys to operate like this. Because this police force and this organization, which is an evolution from the slave catchers, they are there to protect the whites, and they're there to hunt down and clamp down on the blacks and to put them in mass incarceration. So this is a necessary evil of this system that has existed. You now want to change it, the system will fight back. So that's the real war. So Brown, come in.
Yeah, I think you know that's exactly right about they're not just trying to do away with the police force and just have no cops. That's what people seem to be misunderstanding about when they say defund the police. They're saying the system is broken, the system is corrupt. It's been proven the system, it wasn't built for everyone. Defund it, kill it. Start again fresh with a new system built for everybody. It's happened several times already. It's just that it wasn't national news until until recent events, but it's happened already several times, and it's worked for the most part. Everyone thinks that they're just advocating to not have a police force, and that's just not true. There's a lot of misinformation that's being spread to kind of discredit the media. Be it Black Lives Matter via the media. The media is being weaponized, and what we're seeing now is individuals are having to push back against the wave of fake news. Fake news is huge. It's basically peddling confirmation bias, which people want to eat up. So they don't even fact check for themselves. I had someone literally post about, well, where was Black Lives Matter when that Somali cop killed that white lady? First off, her name is Justine Diamond, but anyway, Black Lives Matter marched and rallied for her, actually. You would know that if you actually did the search, but they didn't do the search. They just regurgitated what they read somebody else say or read some meme somewhere. That's the second biggest, I think, danger to the movement in and of itself is the fact that people want to believe negativity. They don't want to see Black people and white people come together for a common purpose. If you look at these protests, this has never, at least as far as I've seen, never happened on this planet. You have people literally on the other side of the planet protesting and marching for and with us that don't look like us. That is deep. They don't have skin in the game beyond the fact that we're human too. If you want to get down to a primal look at it.
No, because again, my thing about it is that because even for me, I went down. Okay, let's go deep. Let's go deep. Let's just put all of our. Let's just be fully transparent here. So I went down to the Black Lives Matter march on Saturday in London. In my view, maybe I was stupid for thinking this. In my view, I was like, you know what? Let me come and stand with my fellow Black people together. Because for me, I'm saying that this could be a great turning point for Black people to say, let's start working together. Look at the Jews. Look at the Chinese. Look at the Japanese. All this we don't trust it. We don't know. This is a great opportunity for Black people as a unit. African Americans, Africans, screw all that crap about our differences. Let's all come and join as one. So as I was going down, I was like, you know what? It's going to be a Black thing. I can maybe have a few conversations with Black people. We can have some stuff. As I was going down, I was saying, a lot of these people are young. A lot of these people are white. And this was just my first initial reaction was like, wait a minute, how is this BLM when most of these people are these white people and these younger white people? Then I said to myself, as I was watching, I was like, this is the future. These are the youngsters. These guys were 19, 20, 21, a lot younger than I was. And I said to myself that, and this is the next question. For change to happen, is it a necessity that you have to have white allies? You have to have white people on your side to help enforce that change. And you have to work with white people together, hand in hand in this movement? Or is this a case of where, oh, thank you that you support the movement, but this is an us thing. We have to do this for us. So let me start off with Sam. Are white allies a necessity to evoke any kind of change?
Absolutely. And here's why I'll say that. I mean, I was just to give you an idea. I was watching. Do you know David Goggins, right?
Navy SEAL.
Navy SEAL guy. HH, you there? Yeah. David Goggins, he's this Navy SEAL guy. He's like a big motivational speaker. Big thing about him was that he went to some of our hardest training in the U.S. military. The thing about it was that he had a lot of things going against him. Before he did this, he was overweight. He had a lot of he was overweight. He was from the inner city, had a lot of things going against him. He went into the training, got a lot of injuries, and pretty much the thing. But long story short, he went through all of that training, passed it, got honor grad in like some of the training. And one of the videos he posted a couple days ago was actually in regards to what you're saying. He was talking about his history of racism. He grew up in an all-white neighborhood in Indiana, experienced a lot of racism, and he talked about all the allies that he had, pretty much going up. So he said like his teachers were helping him out, his principal was helping him out. I mean, even like joining the military, he was talking about all the people that helped him in the military, even like, because in a lot of the cases he was in the Navy SEALs, which if you know anything about the Navy SEALs, he was one of 81 Navy SEALs ever. And you got to think about it this way. In the history of the Navy SEALs, there's been probably about 10,000 operators, and only 81 black operators have been through their history. And he was one of them. And the thing about it, yeah, is that he was talking about that, and then talking even about like stuff like all the way up to later on, like even like after the military, when he started writing books, that some of the white people that helped him in show business, like Joe Rogan and others and stuff like that. And it's the same thing. You got to remember, like throughout history, like any time that there was a major movement where we had major change, white people were involved. I mean, the Emancipation Proclamation, slavery, I mean, Civil War, those were white allies. I mean, they were maybe not fully in our interest, but they did fit our interest. They may not need to be full, and that's the other thing, that's a key word. They may not be fully about your interest, but they need to fit at least somewhat to most of your interest. Then the next one would be the civil rights movement. That was heavily assist. We did get quite a few assists, along with political assistance up at the executive level and congressional level, and then further on throughout history. I mean, pretty much a lot of change, especially in this world, requires that level of assistance.
Okay, so actually, before I come to Brown, let me just hit the super chat. So, yes, society says that people need to understand defund the police. So why should we pay a group a salary to terrorize our community? I think, that is pretty much where we're coming from, which is the fact of like you're funding pretty much a terrorist group to screw you over. But then again, I said that is the real fight, because the system and the people, they need this police force to maintain this system that they need to have a stranglehold on black people. And what is happening right now is almost like the Matrix. People are now waking up to realize, wait, who is this police force? And I'm even watching videos of people now saying, oh, this is what they are, and they're actually not that old, and this is where they evolved from. So that is the key thing, that this is now putting a microscope on the police force. So, Brown, again, are white allies needed? Are they a necessity in order to make change?
Of course. If every, it's often said, the entire black community voting for Barack Obama would not have elected Barack Obama. When you think back, would he have been as successful as he was without the help of, at first John Kennedy and then LBJ? Understand something. LBJ's personal politics were, from all accounts, he was not a fan of us. However, he understood that it was in the interests of the nation to bring us into the fold as much as he could, to keep the country together. We need to understand that just because somebody doesn't share our skin tone doesn't mean that they can't help us. We should help ourselves, yes, but only a fool turns down help. We need to be cognizant of the fact that help comes in all shapes and colors, all sizes, all religions, all creeds. If somebody's willing to stand on the line and get their head beaten in right along with you, you take that brother's hand. Doesn't matter what color they are. At the end of the day, we need to make it, but to get there, we're going to have to do it together. Just trying to power through and say, you know, you've oppressed us for this long, we're not going to deal with it anymore. That needs to be said, sure. But what also needs to happen is forgiveness, brotherhood. We need to embrace, we need to let go as much as we can, and it's hard. I know it's hard. So just think about someone punches you, you're not going to be too game to shake their hand right after. But
that's what has been happening for a long time. It's been a case of, we know we can punch you, you'll always smile, sing songs, and just ask for forgiveness. And we keep on punching and punching you because we know that you'll never fight back.
Yeah, but there's levels of fighting back.
Human beings are very sick individuals. They're very sick individuals, but sorry, carry on.
But there are different levels there are different ways to fight back. You don't necessarily need to. You don't. I mean, if we're using strictly boxing terms, you're right. You can sit there and just get beat on the whole time. I'm looking at this like the rope-a-dope. They're about punched out. We're punching back now. You can only see, technology is a beautiful thing, and it goes back to Rodney King. I remember being a kid and seeing Rodney King get his ass beat on television, and that was really like one of the first times that it was actually captured, and folks were like, "Wow, LAPD is really wailing on brothers like they've been saying." Like I remember the first time a bunch of my friends who are white saw real racism for the first time, or just saw something like that, injustice, and it was shocking to them, like culturally, like to the core, shocking. Ray made a point the other day. Maybe they just don't know, and I think that's true. A lot of them didn't know, but I think technology has made it to the point that Will Smith made, where he said, racism isn't happening more, it's just being recorded now. And I think people saw it. They said, oh snap. They're not complaining about everything. They're not exaggerating. This isn't right. To your point, younger and younger people are standing up saying this isn't right. People are taking a stand. If you look at the photos from even Austin, right? All those fists raised in the air, they weren't just black. There were white fists, brown fists, yellow fists, all raised at the same time for the same thing. We need each other, man. And I know a lot of brothers and sisters are angry, rightfully so. And some people aren't ever going to understand, but they don't have to. They'll never understand because they can't be you. It's as important that they want to make the effort to understand. And I think that's what we're seeing. We're starting to see the effort because they're starting to see that we weren't full of shit the whole time. And change is happening. It's slow, but we got to keep chipping away at it. That's how we're going to win.
Okay. So before I come to Ray, let me just say, Dan Jones will say very educational live stream. Keep it up, guys. Thank you, John, because everyone loved what we did last Tuesday, man. So yeah, man, we're just here just trying to spread the good word. So Ray, is it a necessity for us to have white allies? As in, without them, we can't move forward.
So yeah, I might not get invited back to the show after today.
No. Wait, no, trust me. I don't know what it's about you, but literally everyone from last week were like, Ray has opened my mind. So whatever you're doing, keep doing it, because people love just how honest, because trust me, people here, they love honesty. They love just straight down the barrel. So trust me, be as honest as you possibly can, because these guys are like, man, the more straight and honest, the better it is.
I've been listening here. I'm like, what the hell are we talking about? We're phrasing the question about, can blacks do it on their own? Name me one ethnic group that did it on their own. There's entire bodies of research dedicated in America to how different ethnicities became white. How when the Irish first came, they weren't white, but after 2 generations, they became white. How the Italians, when they first came, they were not white. After 2 generations, they became white. It was something you wanted, you fought for. Everyone had access to this except for the brown or the melanated skin American. Blacks are the only ones who, after 2 generations, were not allowed to be in that group. When we say they'll never understand what it's like to be us, what we're really saying is blacks will never have the power to put whites in this kind of subjugation. When we say we need them to understand us, I'm like, bullshit. What we want is not so much to know what it's like here. We want what you got. What you got, that's what I want. I don't want to sit around all day talking about what I got. I want to talk about what you got and how I can get a piece of that. How you allowed Italians to become American, so much so that the Bank of Italy became the Bank of America. I don't want to sit around talking about how we can start a black bank. How do we make the Bank of Harlem become the next Bank of America? Call it Bank of America 2. That's what I want to talk about. I don't want to talk about how do we improve the hood. Burn that bitch to the ground. Destroy it. Talk to me about moving my people into your neighborhood, and it becomes our neighborhood. How do we get you to stop saying you want to help me? And when things happen to me, you start saying, how did this happen to us? And what are we going to do about what happened to us? On both sides of the spectrum, at least conservatives are a little bit more honest. They're honest in that they don't see us as one of them. Liberals are fake. Liberals are fake because I was just talking to a lady earlier today. Liberal will come up to me and talk about, Ray, oh, I see what's happening in your neighborhood. What can I do to help your people? The abortions, you know what you can do to help my people? Fix your damn neighborhood and write a book about it. Write a how-to book. Overdosing on opiates, child porn, all the stuff that y'all do, fix it. Then write a book, how to fix your own damn house. And I'll sell that to my black people. How are you going to leave your dirty ass house and talk to me about cleaning up mine? And that's really what I'm really getting stuck on with this. They are not better. They are not more organized. That's a myth. I was told, oh, the white people work together. I remember when I first went to Italy. Those people do not like each other. When you go from state to state in Italy, they beefing. Northern Italians don't like Southern Italians. When you read through history, it's just endless warfare with each other. You hear about, oh, they band together, they stick together. Ain't nobody working together like that. What makes America different is different groups were able to come together and form this new thing, but we were never allowed to be part of that new thing. I keep hearing Midwest and rural whites. They keep talking about, well, when I grew up, there was no race. I didn't discover racial issues till I moved to the city and a black person called me a name. You know, all I heard, you grew up in a magical ass place where there was no racism. Black people don't know what that's like. There is nowhere in this country where you're going to hear some person saying, I grew up black and I didn't know racism. Even the kids who grow up adopted by white families, whether you actively knew it or not, you grew up with racism. And this is how you grew up with it. Coming back to that white lady telling me about her farm life. You never asked, why don't black people live here? If it's so beautiful and it's so great and no one sees color, you know, they either say they don't see color or they say nobody, well, they got 2 versions. No one sees color, or I was raised to think all colors are beautiful. If that's true, how come you never asked your parents, why are we missing some colors? How come you, I mean, think about it. You're as a kid, you're growing up. I'll have white people tell me, my parents raised me to treat everyone equal. I didn't get taught that as a kid. Black parents don't have to teach their kids, treat everyone equal. You know what Black parents have to teach their Black kids? Don't let anyone treat you like you're less. That's the lesson you get as a Black kid in America. Don't let anyone tell you that you're less. I'll guarantee you this. You're not going to hear white kids talking about, my parents had to teach me that I'm not less just because I'm white. I mean, unless your parents just needed you to go to the NBA, you never needed that lesson. So we keep playing these games where they want you to focus on what they want you to focus on. There's a reason why your rural area got no Black people. It's not because Blacks are stupid and never wanted to go venture out into America. It's because when they rolled in, y'all told them, keep on riding through. You made sure that their coming was a visit and not a stay. And so when your parents raised you that everyone's equal, what they left out is everyone's equal here, and we made sure they didn't stay. And I challenge anyone to test that. There's not a single county from the 3,141 counties in America that has a history where there was this racial harmony utopia, where Black people were like, oh, we got to call everyone back in Mississippi. This is the place. No single place. I hear people talking about, oh, my parents or, the white people I know, they're so good, greasy, whatever. We've all seen the movie Malcolm X, right? You remember that scene where the Black men are standing outside and combat formation, basically, outside the jail? You remember that scene? They're like, we ain't leaving till we get answers. Imagine if all these woke white people were truly woke and we had real life history where it was a whole bunch of white people standing outside the jail saying, we're not leaving till we get answers for our brother. I don't care how many hippies are out there. I don't care how many liberals are out there. You will not find me that piece of evidence. I don't care about the churches talking, and I'm in the church, but I ain't going to sit there for the fake talk. There is no historical record of a whole bunch of white people standing outside that jail because they heard a Black man was put in there, beat up and arrested, and they said, we are not leaving until our brother is released. That is what Black people want. Stop fake thugging. And when something like that happens to me, you actually back up all this talk and you lined up outside that jail as if color truly don't matter. And so all of these roundabouts about good white people, stuff like that, it's the wrong focus. The focus is all the things you have, I don't have. I got 2 little kids. I got 4 kids total, but 2 little ones. I have nowhere in America to take them to where they can grow up and say, the first 6 years of my life, I ran around town and there was no racial issues. I don't get that luxury. I'll tell you one more, then I'll let it go. People keep talking about quotas and affirmative action. So a lady came to me, she's like, I've experienced racism too. I tried to get my kids into this school and I was told they couldn't get in because they had enough white kids. I'm against quotas. You know what I told that lady? You're not against quotas. You guys have always been good with quotas. We have always had a quota system in America. What you don't like is Blacks having a quota number higher than 0. When we had integration, you had a quota system. When Black family tried to bring their kids to that nice white school, they would be told, sorry, we've met our quota for Black people. And the parents might say, well, how many Black people are here? 0. We've met our quota. We're good. Don't want to exceed our quota of 0. White people didn't have issues with quotas until Black people's quota number went above 0. So we often get tricked into focusing on the small instead of focusing on the whole. Because how else could a person talk to you about quota systems when Blacks went from 0 to 2%? They never had an issue when it was 100% for them. And this is the thing that I'm seeing these younger people on the crowds fighting. They're not going for this BS no more. They're not falling for these old tricks no more. And that, to your point earlier, yes, absolutely. Mixed crowd, kids put up their fist, and people say, oh, what's their problem? Their problem is they're tired of the bullshit. They're tired of you claiming you don't like quotas. You've loved quotas. You don't like blacks having a number higher than 0. So I know I just threw a whole bunch out there, guys, but I'm looking at, we focusing at the too small thing. I don't want you to learn about me. I want to know what it feels like to be you. That's what I want. That's what I'm saying to white America.
No, I think it's very interesting because, again, that's another interesting jump-off point because, again, this is the reality and this is the difficulty that we have. So racism, equality, let's white people see us as our equals, white allies, let us come through and everything. But people don't understand the programming that is inside the brain of white people from birth. Look at your films, TV, advertisements, the world. White is always beautiful. White is more intelligent. White is more organized. Black is ugly. Black is violent. Black is aggressive. These things are driven into your brain like a drill from birth. So even if white people say, I'm not racist, like I believe that we're all equal, it's important because subliminally, you have been told you're a god. You've been told that you're a god. So if the theory of self-hate doesn't even exist for you. So as much as a liberal will say, I'm all for all races, I'm still with you, it's difficult for them because you've grown up in a world that is the white man's world where he built himself to be better than everyone else. Hence why I talked about the whole thing with the pyramid. All those guys in the middle, the Chinese, the Indians, the South Americans, the Mediterraneans, they all want to be white. They all want to be white. Whether they accept or deny, they're all fighting for whiteness because this is a world in which whiteness is the zenith. It is the pinnacle. So because again, you say to yourself that when people say, I want to try and change the mind of the white person and get him to be more appreciative, I think that's an impossible fight. It's an impossible fight because just from experience and learning through things, I just think it is almost impossible for most. See, the anomaly of white people who will view you as an equal, they are small, and those guys are a complete, total anomaly. Total an anomaly. But most white people don't have many black friends, or they may have that coon one token black friend. So these guys, they have a outward in view towards black people. So it is very difficult for them to truly appreciate you as nothing more than just a stereotype, an animal, a dog, or a thug. So all these systems in place, which is what Ray was going into and so forth, have all been put in because of the psychological programming that blacks, you're at the very bottom. And even when we're helping you as if we're helping dogs. And it makes us feel good. It's, oh, sweet black people. Like there is this video on Instagram about this black child singing. And he's singing about, equality and everything. And I'm like, can we please stop that crap? Can we please stop that? It is so defeatist. It is like a loser's mentality. And it is a sign of weakness of like, anytime something goes wrong, let's sing, let's cry, let's jump up and down. Whereas like, okay, what are you systematically trying to do to gain power? Which is what Ray was pointing into, which is that at the end of the day, it is about power. It is really about power.
I mean, keep it real, bro. How are we gonna sit around telling black folks not to talk or not to be violent, and then the next moment we all watching season 6 of Vikings? It's the pride of it all. Even the far right guys, that's their pride. I hail from Vikings. I don't get mad when they talk that talk. But here's the crazy part to me. Yeah, maybe your ancestors did run around with axes, but you sitting here asking for stuff. And that's the thing, like, in business, I'll see a dude whose dad came up like a straight business hustler, straight gangster. His kid thinks because He's his dad's son. He got the same juice, but everyone else can tell he don't. So yeah, maybe your forefathers were the badasses. But what I'm seeing now is a changing world where other people are coming up saying they want some. Well, and it's not just blacks. Black folks, I'm looking at nations like India, and I'm seeing across the world, Brazil, people are saying, you know what? We're done being your little brother. That shit's over with. You know, we're not kids no more. That's what I'm seeing, and some people are having a little bit of an issue with that. So I think about what you just said there. In the military, we had a little saying, teams are made through mutual pain and suffering. So you often hear a certain type of person in America talk about, we were so together during 9/11. What happened? Well, I'll tell you what happened. Teams are made through mutual pain and suffering. Even though blacks had what was going on in their life, something happened to them that also happened to you, and we both recognized it, and we came together. Here's the problem. Once that was done, stuff happened to blacks, and they said, look what happened to us. And you whites said, no, look what happened to you. If you don't feel we're on the same team, no amount of pain is going to bring us together. Mutual pain. Coming back to what I said previously. Some people watched that video, that man dying, and that was someone on their team. That was a mutual pain and suffering. Other people just saw a horrible thing happen to somebody. So coming back to your question about change, so long as people don't think we're on the same team, ain't nothing gonna change. So I would argue maybe one of the questions to toss up is, how do you get people who don't think you're on the same team to think you're on the same team?
Actually, no.
I was going to say that too.
So basically, I'm going to go to Sam and then to Brown. So to Sam, can you change the mind of a racist white person, or for white people in general to fully empathize with the suffering of black people the same way that black people empathize with suffering from one of our own? Sam?
I don't think so. And here's the big reason why. The note you said was racist white people. So you got to consider what you're talking about. You're talking about people who have developed their mindset, developed their way of thought, developed what they're going to do, already have their culture set in their mind. It's just in general, like the whole concept of you can't teach an old dog new tricks. I'd say honestly, once a person's in their 30s, like late 30s, like most of us are, you pretty much have an idea of who you are, what your identity is, what you like, what you don't like, who you don't like. You already have your set of morals, your code, so to speak, and that's going to affect things. That's why adjust education of people. It's the youth. I mean, it's always been the youth.
It's harder, but you don't think it's impossible, do you, Sam?
I don't. It's harder. It's not impossible. I mean, yeah, you can convert a guy you can convert a fully grown man. I mean, but the older they are, the less like that window slowly closes. So like, I mean, you got your infants to 6-year-olds. So I mean, you could teach them everything. It's like it's like languages. I mean, languages you can teach a kid you can teach an infant like 6 languages, and if you keep on teaching them throughout those years and keep on brushing them up, they'll be fluent by the time they're 30. I mean, it's the same thing with racism. I mean, like if you teach them racism and indoctrinate them from when they're an infant all the way up to a grown person, they'll probably be the grand wizard of fucking KKK. It's the same logic. I mean, and undoing that, uncoding, breaking that down, removing that, it really comes down to allegiances and how much saturation, so to speak. So I mean, there's a concept too, because I've talked about this in the military too, where you talk about trying to get people who are defectors. There's always the true believers. There's always those people that are in between. You have the bystanders, and then you have the green side, which is you. So the true believers, you're not going to be able to change those guys. Don't even waste your time. Don't waste your effort, because they're already set in their ways. And that's at any age. You'll know the people who are true believers. Then you got those people that aren't completely about the fight, but are pretty much about the fight. Those are the people that you can convert, but it's better to get them younger than when they're older, because then it's going to be harder to like undo some of that coding. Then you got the people who are bystanders. They can go either way. Best way with the bystander is that you try to get to meet common ground and get them to understand you. And then you obviously have the green side, which you don't have to do anything because you already know those people.
All right, Brown. Same question. So, do you believe you can change the mind of a white racist or of whites to empathize with the black suffering as much as we do?
I think people don't change. I think perception changes. Our perception of them and their perception of others. So I believe, kind of like what Sam was saying, once you reach a certain age, it's your pathways are set. The only thing that might change is, there are stories of people who've been racist their entire life actually sitting down and having a conversation with a person that they thought they previously hated and finding out, oh my God, he's just like me. But that's just it. It's back to what Ray said about it's not so much anything beyond, hey, he's on my team. So they feel like not so much it's not all of a sudden that now I have more value. It's just that he sees a reflection of himself in me, to where he projects his sense of worth onto my person, so that he sees me now as being worthy of his respect because he respects himself. It's ego. That's kind of what I feel, but I'm not saying that people can't change their people can't change how they treat others. I'm just thinking that it doesn't have to do with them having some kind of epiphany that makes them realize that 30 or 40 some odd years of how they felt was bullshit. It's more about, oh, hey, well, he's like me, so therefore he must not be bad. It's basic primitive thought, instead of it being some kind of greater awakening. I think it's just more primitive than that. I think we're tribal by nature, and all that really happens is that person accepts us into their tribe mentally. I don't think that they're going to start all of a sudden shedding a tear for the brother who got his head kicked in a civil rights march in the 60s. I do think, though, that he'll start seeing the guy that he passes by at the gym or does whatever as a person, because he's doing the same things, or he's now more human to him. And I think that's what it really comes down to with bigotry and hatred, is it's just not seeing that other person as the same in terms of even on a basic human level of respect. So I think at the end of the day, perception is reality to some people, or to most people, and what changes is their perception, not really their heart. So
okay, so you believe their perception can change, but their hearts can't change?
Yeah, I mean, someone who's an asshole is going to be an asshole. That they're just an asshole, right? But someone who, they're not going to all of a sudden, just going to start walking down the block handing flowers to people or being sweet to everybody. It's not their nature. Your nature is your nature. It's just who you allow to be closer to you, who you choose to bear the brunt of your hatred may change based on your perception of whether that person's worthy of your hatred or of your respect. But you're still going to be like someone who all of a sudden, as it appears all of a sudden to us, stops hating black people, is not then just going to start loving Japanese people. If they hated a bunch of groups of people, they're just someone who hates for whatever reason may just hate for whatever reason, but their perception of one particular group may change, or one particular person. I think that's all it boils down to. I don't think that people can really change who they are at their core. I think they just may. It's like rose-colored glasses when you're in love with someone. One day you may see them as who they really are. And, oh shit, my friends were right. It's the same thing. At least that's how I feel about it.
All right. Andre, same thing again. So do you think you can sort of change the minds of whites to sort of empathize with the Black suffering the way that we do, in the same manner?
Absolutely. And I don't want you guys to think I'm opposite you when I say that, so just follow me here. I say absolutely, but there's a psychologist, her name's Carol Dweck. She wrote a book called The Growth Mindset. And what the whole structure is about is there's people who move through life with a fixed mindset, meaning they believe who I am is what I am. I can't be different. They believe it's about themselves. Then there's people who move through life saying, no, my mind is another muscle. How I can get my biceps bigger and my triceps bigger. I can get my mind bigger. I can exercise it. I can stretch it. I can make it more durable. So she talks about these two mindsets. There's an old school quote by Henry Ford where he says, whether you think you can or you can't, you're right. So I argue that you absolutely can. A white person absolutely can empathize. They can empathize if they set out about making a deliberate path and deliberate endeavoring towards that. The same way I am able to watch or read about white men in World War II getting in the planes, going against Japanese fighters. Even in the midst of all that racism, I'm able to read that story from World War II about these guys going against the best combat pilots in the world, most of them getting killed in minutes, and I start crying. I'm able to empathize. I'm able to sit there and wonder what they must have felt like getting in that plane, being inexperienced, older equipment, flying off those aircraft carriers when they know they're about to go against the baddest, most decorated combat pilots in the world, in history. So it is possible that if you care enough and you endeavor enough to learn how to grow your mindset, I argue what we're dealing with right now is, do you have to? And what does that mean if, because we're creatures of comfort, many people choose not to? How do we handle that when someone opts out? I say it's not about forcing people to do things they don't want to do, but I will do a Martin Luther King quote. Martin Luther King said, it's not about changing your heart. I'm good with changing your actions. When they, in response to making laws against racism, someone approached him and said, well, people are still going to feel racist, so what's the point? He's like, okay, maybe I won't change your heart. I'm good with changing your actions. So maybe you still want to lynch me, but now you don't because you go to jail when you do. I can live with that, bro. And I'll say one last thing about changing people. Most people think changing people's mind is about, I'm going to change my mind, then that will change how I speak, and then that will change what I do. In actuality, start with changing what you do. That will change what comes out of your mouth, and that will change what you think about and what you feel. You don't get a healthy mindset by just deciding I have a healthy mindset and then you go working out. A person who's never worked out before starts working out. I remember a guy saw me doing pull-ups and he asked me, how did you get so good at doing pull-ups? I do pull-ups. What are we talking about, bro? That's how you get good at doing pull-ups. You do pull-ups. If you want to get good at treating people with human respect and engaging with different cultures, start engaging with different cultures. It's not start with the mind. Start with your actions and your activities. If you go your whole life only hanging out with people who look like you, white or black, don't talk to me about your heart is about everybody's the same. You have to deliberately go out of your way in America to live a full life only surrounded by people who look like you. No matter what your color, you have to dedicate your life towards it. So if your life looks that way, you made it that way. It wasn't just something that happened. Because if you are open to cultures and moving around cultural agility, you're going to run into people who don't look like you. And because everyone is everyone, some of these people that don't look like you are going to stick in your life. So whether people want to admit it or not, I can look at your life. I can go through the pictures of all the Thanksgivings you've been at and look at those pictures, and that, without talking to you, tells me what you're about when it comes to diversity. I can look at your Facebook page, look at the countries of the people that you talk to on Facebook. You can talk to anyone in the world. So if you live in Okefenokee, Kansas, and the top 50 people you talk to are also in Okefenokee, Kansas, that's you, completely you. You should have friends from all over the world. So the fact that you don't, how are you going to sell me that you're like this multi-ethnic, care about everybody person? You're not. So I think what's going to fix this, because we keep talking about the problem, I think technology is going to be one of the things that fixes culturally our nation. Because before, people wanted to have more access, but they could only see their town. Now you can have friends from all over. You can engage. And to both Mike and Sam, valid point, you're probably going to have a harder time changing the mindset of a 60-year-old person. You guys didn't pick a number, I'm just going to say one, than a 16-year-old person. Absolutely. Resources are limited. So you know what? Focus on where you can. If it's easier to engage the youth, engage them, engage younger people. I think technology is doing that by default. If you may not know this, but the Web 2.0, it is the only thing that mankind has made for communication that does not show any control through classism or ethnic fighting back and forth. There is no black part of the internet or whites only part of the internet. I'm not talking about specific websites. There is no rich people only part of the internet. I believe technology is going to make it where you have to choose. Are you going to stay current by connecting with as many people as you can? Or are you going to choose racism, genderism, classism, ageism, reduce the number of people you're connected to, and then reduce your chances for success and thriving in this world?
So let me take it now sort of way back to the original point right now, which is moving forward. Because my thing about this, again, looking at this protest and so forth, we've talked at length about the issues, the problems, and the different difficulties that lie. But I like to, because again, I don't like to be a whinger or a whiner or someone that's likes to play the victim about, okay, what can truly be done. So that's why I'm coming from the points of, so we have two guys who live in America, a guy who lives in Germany. So I'm coming from the points of somebody who lived in Nigeria for the first sort of 10 years of his life and then moved on. And I think, and the thing about why I bring in Africa is, and I really want to hear the views of you guys, specifically from Brown and Raymond, with regards to your relationship towards Africa, is what do you believe the African American can achieve in America? Can you truly have self-worth and power in America within the American paradigm? Because again, I've said and believed that you have your two choices. Either you have a war to dismantle the system and create a new system, or you leave that system as is and you create an independent system. So those are really the two options. But again, that's why I bring in the whole idea of it. So for you guys, as where you are, both in Germany and America, countries that are ruled supremely by whites, do you still fight for success within those cultures and within those countries? Or do you feel that you may have to look at your success elsewhere and perhaps look at yourselves and find success within a culture or a paradigm where everyone is black and it's really a black-owned paradigm? So let me confess to Sam then. Are you, in your life personally, are you still pursuing being successful in Europe, in Germany, or in America? Or are you thinking of let me try and bridge that gap to Africa and try and bring success there? Where do you lie at the moment?
Honestly, I'm finding my success here and the States, because in all honesty, it really, at the end of the day, it depends on the question for each individual is what level of success do you want to reach? Do I want to be in charge of everything? With happy with a lower wage? Because everybody talks about these things and talks about like how they want to break down the system, but like they never talk about themselves. They never talk about their individual wants, like as far as success. It's always like, okay, I want to break down the system. I want to do this. I want to do that. Yes, we understand that, but what is your goal? Because me personally, I'm fine being, as far as success, as far as income, as far as like goalposts. Yeah, I mean, most of those I can accomplish between actually three countries: the U.S., Germany, and Nigeria. Because I do go back to Nigeria and I do have property there, and I am taking care of that. The thing about that is that it's something where I just really need to manage that. But I would say that my main base of operations intentionally would be the States, because that's where I'm born, that's where I'm raised, that's where I'm a citizen of, and that's where my loyalty is tied to. And I feel that and I told you in the last show that as far as how I feel as an American, I feel American because it's what I know, and not only is it what I know, progress we made, and that it's just we keep on grinding, we keep on going, so that the future generations, they live in a better way than we did.
Okay, so before I come to Miles, then, so Sam, so it is. So do you then believe that for yourself, again, for forget about but for yourself personally, you can, or it is feasible for you in your lifetime to reach the kind of success that you want personally, either in Germany or in America?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I feel a little bit like I wasted a little bit of my potential as well. I mean, I've done really well, but I feel like there's a little bit, when I look at some of the stuff I could have done as far as like with the stock market and with investments, I feel I could have done a ton more. And that's one thing I will say about the US. There's a lot of things that you can do as far as individual success. Um, I mean, when you look at Africa from the outside, I see the same thing, but it's a little harder though. Like if you're coming from modest upbringings, but if you're coming from somewhere where you have a decent amount of money in Africa, you can do a ton. Just invest in some of the natural resources, build some infrastructure for the people, and then and do that. And I feel that's probably some father started with the school in Nigeria, and I'm finishing that, helping finish that project after he passed.
Okay. So Brown, what about you?
I think me personally, I think I'll find my happiness in terms of my level of success just fine here. I think that I don't even, I'll put it this way. I'm open to the idea of finding success elsewhere. However, I've been doing so well here that I don't even like, to make me move to another country to find success. It's going to take a lot of money, like a lot more money. And even then, would I be happy away from home? I love the concept of America as much as I love being physically here. I appreciate it.
So sorry, just real quick. What is the concept of America that you love so much? Just sort of expand on that.
So, I know that I can feel Ray's spidey sense going off right now about the American dream being bullshit. But no, in truth, I dig on the fact of me hustling hard every day and taking it to the max and just being excellent. Maybe, just maybe. Like I personally mentor young Black men as much as I can, personally and professionally. I hope that I can be an example to them that what my mother taught me is true, that my color is not a limitation. Or rather, let me clarify, my color may be a limitation, but so what? I'm still expected to achieve, I'm still expected to achieve excellence and push through it, push past it. And I attack every day that way. And my hope is that while it's not to say that we don't understand that shit is real out there. It exists. Racism exists. There is a limit in many professions to how high you can go based on your skin color. That's not the point. The point is to push and try as hard as you can to get to the upper level. Some fights aren't winnable, but the point isn't to win the fight. The point is the fight. Does that make sense? Like you're not there to necessarily win for you. You're there and you may not win in your lifetime. It's not the point. The point is the next little brother coming up sees how hard you hustled, saw what you achieved, and he gets hungry enough to push himself. He may find his success in this country or another country. The thought of an all-Black country does not factor into my head because I don't think in those terms. I don't care what color someone is, as long as they put in hard work to their potential, and we go home making money. That's what I care about. I care about money. I care about generating revenue. I care about breaking records every month. I care about my profit trend continuing to trend upward. That's what I care about. The whole race thing, it factors in. I've had drama too. But at the end of the day, I don't care. What I care about is my profit margin and making sure that I'm living a life that's exemplary so that the next little brother has it a little bit easier in terms of he sees where the landmines are because I walked through the minefield for him already. That's what I'm about. I don't want to abandon ship just because the ship has a few holes. I want to patch them up and I want to sail on. That's what I want personally. Other people may not agree. That's their right to. It's cool. Everyone, that's the beauty of America. Everyone can define what it means to be them in this country. That's who I am in this country. Someone can have a completely different definition of what makes them and who they are in this country or whether or not they even want to be here. Me personally, I'm here for the long haul. I'm here to make money. I'm here to make it so that the next generation has a roadmap to how to make that money. And then we grow as a people.
Okay. So Raymond, what about you then? So especially for you, because obviously you obviously said that obviously you got 4 kids and so forth, especially 2 little ones as well. Do you say, all right, America, this is where I want my family to be. This is where we can succeed together for myself, for my future generations. Are you maybe taking a step back and say, wait, is America the be all and end all for me and my kids to really reach their full potential? Is it in America or is it perhaps somewhere else?
So for me, the journey for success, it's about cultivation. So it's starting with something and building it up. You know, your family, your children, your children's children. So for me personally, America is the wealthiest, most powerful nation in the world. So when people tell me if I don't like how things are here for me, why don't I go somewhere else? I'm kind of like, I have a crown. I want the full rights that come with that crown. Why would I abdicate my throne and go somewhere with less potential? So for me, as an American, it is not America or the world. The American passport, the American citizenship, it allows you to have the attitude of America and the world. So I travel a lot. I spend a lot of time in other countries. My children travel. We are that kind of family. I know that white Americans don't have this question asked of them. On average, white families are not being asked, are you going to keep trying to do it in America, or do you think there's a better place for you for maximum potential? It's not an either or. You do what you want to do. So for me, I don't think I should have to even think about such a question. I'm an American citizen. I fought for this country. I'm here. As far as my personal success, I do very well, but I keep that in the context. I argue there's three types of people. From a book called Accidental Empires, the author talks about commandos, infantry, and police, different types of personalities. I'm a commando. I'm the kind of person that goes into uncharted places or unknown places, and I can do things that have never been done before. This is my specialty. So despite what America is, I have created things where there was nothing for me and my people. So specifically with racism, when I found out there was people being racist against me in business, I said, you know what? People who are like this, there's probably someone else that they've been screwing over for different reasons, but they've been screwing over. So that's what I did. I went around town looking for all the other people that were not invited in because of whatever reason. And I said, why don't we build our own crew? So I leveraged, basically I raised an army of investors, and that's what we did. So that's a commando approach to things. That's how I built up my investment firm. So I built up my consultancy and my network. I built it up by finding people who cared more about what was real than about the fakeness and the falseness that comes with being prejudiced against anybody. So I think really what we're talking about here is, does everybody have to be a commando? Should every Black person have to be a commando mentality to live in America? And I think it's no. You should be allowed to be a growth person, which is going in new places, but you're doing things that have been done before. So that's an expat. If you're an American, you go to another country, that's you going somewhere new, but you're doing things that have already been done. Also, most people, though, are the policeman type, where they're doing things that have already been done before in places that it's already been done before. They're not going to new places. So what I argue you're seeing around the world right now is people fighting for everyone's right, specifically Black people, the right to not have to do new things in new places just to have a good quality life. You shouldn't have to be a commando like me. You shouldn't have to be an army soldier like me and Sam in order to get by. You shouldn't have to be extraordinary to be treated normal as a Black person. And that's what you're seeing. As a Black person, you either have to be extraordinary or you're trash. We're fighting for the right to be mediocre. A Black person should be allowed to be mediocre and not be treated like trash. They should be allowed to not have to be a damn data scientist and not be treated like trash. That is a definition that people are fighting for, I argue.
Yeah, Raymond's right on point with that, because a lot of people talk about, because it's not the upper classes or even the upper middle class Blacks. It's the middle to lower class Blacks that are like getting fucking like, that are getting the worst of this. I mean, if you live in the hood, if you grow up in like the inner city, that's where it's like really bad, because it's pretty much guilty until proven innocent when you're dealing with the cops. Same thing when you go into a store, when people look at you, the way people look at you, people talk to you like you can't, in a way where it's like, okay, like they automatically assume that you're some type of thug that doesn't have like,
can I help you?
Father. That's really the thing. And then when you get up to a certain level, then it's like, when you get up to the level of like us three here, or including yourself, they look at us and they say, hey, you're not like the normal Black person I deal with. And they make all these fucking comments that you eventually get used to. But like when you first hear them, you're just like, what the fuck are you saying? Like, there's a ton of black people like me. It's just you're not fucking paying attention.
Because that's the little trick that the world does. They'll be like, why are you guys complaining so much? Some of you guys are basketball stars and actors and scientists and astronauts. And I respond back, exactly, bro. We literally had to become Black James Bond just to make it through the day. Just to make it through, just to get to the grocery store, you have to be Black James Bond.
Yeah.
You need to get cute. You got to make your own equipment.
Maybe both. Okay, so, but do you really believe? Because again, that is just the obvious thing. That especially if you're in these white countries, you have to, like, your excellence is their mediocre. So if you're mediocre, you're done. Can that truly change in that country? Hence why I go to the same question again, because again, obviously, I see that obviously three of you guys, you're obviously in very affluent job positions, and you've had to pretty much slit your throats to get to where you are. But is there a situation or a world where either of your kids or your future kids can be, mediocre sort of, and be treated the same as another white person who is mediocre? Or is it just a case of where you now have this unrealistic life and targets of, no, if you're black, you have to be supremely the best just to even get a leg up?
I'm going to ask you a question. If I go to a restaurant and a man and I go with one of my best friend is legitimately, he's a white dude. I love him to death. He's a white boy from Mississippi. Love him to death. Cognizant of the fact that we can both go to a restaurant, he could dress up as if he rolled out of bed. I have to be business casual to get the same treatment. That's reality. We actually, ironically enough, bonded and became best buds because of a situation that happened with not even racism, just ignorance at a restaurant where we were at a group dinner and everyone got told the menu, got treated like, normally, I would say. And then they came to me. And him being him, he gave them crap for it. But he understands even the world that we live in, where we have to be so much more because we're expected to be so much less.
No, but this is sort of Brandon. Let me finish. But see, that is sort of like my anger. Is again, I don't want to put words in your guys' mouth and everything. I'm just hoping that this isn't an acceptance.
It's not acceptance. What it is just understanding that you have to set your expectations to people. If I got, I've experienced this bullshit my entire life. Sam remembers, just like I do, block sweeps in the BX. And for those that don't know what block sweeps are, they take the paddy wagons, they put them on either side of your block, and they arrest every male, like 13 up, who happens to be outside. And then they sort them out at the precinct. That shit happened. That's how we grew up. And the presumption of guilt before innocence was real. Now, you can do one of two things. You can be angry at the fact that you have to go through that bullshit, and you can let that anger fester and just turn to hate. Or you can use it and turn it into fuel and make it a more productive, experience by way of making sure that you do it better and cleaner than the next guy, so that when they do pop you, you can sue their ass and basically make a statement that way. Right now, I'm the type, I drive, I pray that the cops do some dumb shit with me. I'm 38 years old. I never even had a speeding ticket. Come at me, bro.
Bullshit. How do you not have a speeding ticket?
Because I'm smart.
They're not all tuners, bro.
No, Sam and I, no, it's Sam and I are in the same, we come from the same cloth. We both race.
We come from the same circle.
But
yeah.
Bro, look, I'll give you my driver's license number after this. Look my shit up. 0. Cops pull me over. They see Mike Brown, 1, large black man. 2, clean skin. Do I want to fuck with this man? And and my favorite, flip the races. He speaks so well. So this brother can have a conversation with me. He has no record. And he's got a name that I don't want to fuck with as a cop. I'm going to let him go. But my point about it is, I can either get mad at the constant pullovers. I can get mad at seeing the block sweeps. I can get mad at having to dress up in a fucking tuxedo just to get basic service at a shitty restaurant. Or I can just dust my shoulder and remember that at the end of the day, I could crush half of these assholes with my credit score.
I think we can do more, though. So I'll talk about a place when I came to this town doing business. I was only one of 2 black businessmen, the only black businessman that had a business downtown. And I would go into restaurants, and they knew me, so they treat me right. So I started doing a thing a couple of years back. I was working mentorship program with guys who were just getting out of jail, guys who've done anywhere minimum 8 years, on average 10 to 12 years in jail. In the very beginning, I would meet these guys somewhere they wanted to meet, a coffee shop or McDonald's or something. And I asked myself, why am I doing that? I don't normally go to these places. I don't eat at McDonald's. So I started meeting these guys as soon as they got out at my fancy upscale Irish bar and restaurant. So what I started doing was I would tell them to meet me at 3 o'clock, but I wouldn't show up till 3:10 or 3:15. What ended up happening was these guys would show up dressed in the way they dressed. They weren't suited up like me, my ties over there and stuff. They didn't have none of that. And I'd walk into this place and I'd smile because there's only one other black guy in there. So I knew he was there for me, even though we never met before. And I started doing this. And so you'd see the staff like, oh, he's with you. Okay, he's with you. I did that so much that the staff, whenever they saw a black person, they had to play it safe. Because I spend so much money there. They had to play it safe and treat every black person as if they knew Ray. So fast forward after 9 years of going there, staff changes out, whatever. That place now, because they don't know who's who, it created a culture where at first they did the right things. They didn't want to lose money. So their actions, they did it so long though, that now that place is truly a place that welcomes all. Upscale bar, you can walk in there, black hoodie and everything. You will get treated just like me when I'm suited up. I argue those of us that we've survived the gauntlet, okay? We're the survivors. That's why when people mention MJ or even us, I keep bringing focus back to the 100 or 200 of us that didn't make it, that got cut down on that open field of battle. But we did make it. There's little things like that that we can do to where we make it really clear that since we made it, you've built us now. We are these things that are very hard to kill. You said, whether it's your credit score, whatever it is, it's hard to put us down now. We can choose to say, oh, and those people too, you coming at them is coming at me. We could choose to do that. We could choose to connect like this more and more to where back in the old day, they could just get at one of us and then make money from the rest of us. You're coming back to protesting. There's many ways to protest. I protest with my wallet. And I protest with my network. Not only will I not do business with you, I tell everyone I do business with that if I catch them doing business with you, they're cut off too. The whole network. So there's ways to affect those actions and behaviors. And if we do it consistently enough, I argue we can start changing some hearts and minds.
Okay. So did anyone else want to sort of jump in and expand on what Ray had to say?
No, spot on. Spot on.
So come drink with me when you come to town, fellas. We'll be to the test.
That's another thing. I'm sober too, man.
Oh, more for
I
me.
tell them, yeah, no, it's all good. But check it. I think valid points. I just want one of the worst things that I see dealing with young black men. One of the scariest thing I'd say is when you're young, you're emotional. Everything seems huge. Everything is the biggest thing that's ever happened to you. Every emotion is amplified. And the reason why I tell them not to subscribe to a kind of, I don't want to say a victim mentality, but not to dwell on the shit that's been done to us and just look toward the shit you can do to counteract it, is because I don't want them getting into the mindset of no matter what I do, I can't win. It's defeatist, right? I don't want them to lose the fight before they step foot on the battlefield. But I also want them to understand that you're in a war. Don't walk around willy-nilly like you aren't and get your leg blown off. And that's one of the things. It's a very fine line between trying to teach young brothers not to be consumed by their rage, and also teaching them to be cognizant of the fact that they are different. They're going to be seen as different, but that difference doesn't define them. Who they are is dependent on who they tell the world they are, not what they look like to the world, ultimately. And that's the thing that I find the hardest to do with mentorship, is just fighting the negativity. It's so easy to be negative. And there's a lot of us out there that are crabs, just crab asses. Oh, I don't know why you're going to work. You're never going to get promoted past this. It's like, dude, shut up. Let the brother work. Because you know what? His work, somebody else might see his hunger. Somebody might put him on. That's honestly what happened to me. Ambition was there. Drive was there. Work ethic was there. You got to out hustle the next man, and it'll come. And you got to teach these kids that, because it's real easy to give up. It's real easy to give in. Shit's like that swamp in the never-ending story. It's real easy to you just sink. You got to keep moving or you sink. And that's what you got to tell them. And it's like the media will tell them over and over, well, you're more likely to be in some phase of the correctional system and blah, 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 blah. How do you counter that? Just by trying to keep in their ear as much as you can. Social media bombards them 24/7. You only get them how many hours a day as a teacher? It's hard.
The other thing too, bringing that up, is that he's talking when he said you only have them a certain amount of times a day. It brings up one important topic, which is one of the big reasons we have a lot of issues in the black community in America, and that's, fathers. A lot of families didn't have fathers. I was lucky enough to have my father. I'm guessing a bunch of the guys here too. But one of the things they did at one point is, as you probably know about our history, a lot of stuff with the war on drugs, pretty much, and post civil rights movement, literally like wiped out a lot of young black males. Through jail or through, getting killed by the cops or getting caught up in gangs. And a lot of kids grew up without their parent. Grew up without their dad. So, pretty much a lot of that's being made up now, because a lot of our generation and even the generation before us have pretty much seen that and stepped up. The stuff that people don't talk about. Everybody talks about stuff like, the like single father rate, but they don't really look at the other details behind that, like that there's more male role model involvement than there's been in any time in our history post civil rights movement. And that's continuing to go on, and that's going to continue happening, because when you press a stereotype, people are going to try hard to break that stereotype, because it's not becoming, especially if it's one that's at your detriment. If it's a stereotype that's definitely at your detriment, at your serious detriment.
All right, so I want to sort of take this to another angle, and I want you to get your guys' views on this because I've sort of had conflicting views on this. I want to hear your thoughts. Sort of celebrities and celebrities using their platform, and whether celebrities have a duty to speak on their platform, and specifically for Black celebrities. So here is where I jump off on this. You play basketball, you play football, you act, you sing. That's what you do. Why am I coming for you with regards to what you think about certain things? Why? Like, no. Let me speak to somebody who is researched, well-read, and lives this 24/7. Your 24/7 is playing in the NBA, is playing in the Premier League. Your 24/7 is making raps, making songs, and so forth. So why do I feel a need for you to speak? But then on the flip side, I say that we don't live in a perfect world. In a perfect world, celebrities will be celebrities and so forth. But because we live in an imperfect, sick world, influence is key. People that can reach several people is key. People that can reach those specific white people in those key places that can change things, that is key. So you have to look to a Michael B. Jordan, a John Boyega, a Will Smith, these guys, and so forth. So to come to Sam with this first. So my question is, do Black celebrities have sort of a responsibility or a duty to speak on these social issues because they can influence, or should we not judge them on? And I think I come from the angle of, you look at a Will Smith, where all he's posted is sort of like a black square that everyone else did, and a very generic kind of cheesy photo just showing all of the stuff that has been happening, but he's not actually gotten on the mic and spoken about anything directly. But you look at the younger dudes like a John Boyega or a Michael B. Jordan, they're actually out there and they're saying things and they're speaking directly on this. So people have said, wait, Will Smith, what have you truly, really done? So let me come to Sam with this. Do Black celebrities have a duty to speak on this, or we shouldn't judge them because they're celebrities and they can pretty much do whatever they want?
There's a couple. So with celebrities, here's the thing. So even when you talk about celebrities, white or black or whatnot, like celebrities have always, at some point in their life, have always represented a cause. Like this goes back to the days of the Romans, because days of the Romans, like you've had people who were actors in that were actors in their theaters that did get involved in politics, and also gladiators, which a lot of them were captured or slaves or whatnot. They got involved in politics too. I mean, a good example of this was the movie Gladiator. I mean, if you saw that, that actually happened back. I mean, not exactly like that, but events similar to that happened back during the days of the Romans. But get into the topic at hand. I mean, when you're talking celebrities, my honest opinion about it is that it's just like the whole thing how I feel about leaders. Leaders are made. Leaders are a mixture of being made and born. Just because someone has a lot of money and is very good at something doesn't mean that they're a good spokesperson. I think the big thing that we should be arguing, and I was actually talking with Corey about this earlier today, is that we shouldn't be talking about should they be expected to talk. It should be this. It's either you talk or you shut the fuck up. I kind of get what I mean. You either
hold on. Say that again. Say that again for the people in the back, preacher.
You either talk or you shut the fuck up. And
there are a lot of people. Look, Sam, I wish you could send this memo signed still delivered with a golden bowl to Terry Crews. I wish you could just send it with a nice bowl delivered with like an eagle to Terry Crews's doorstep. But please continue.
Hey, you gotta get a bell, man. So when something like that just drop, you just ring that bell.
But pretty much that's pretty much the deal, because I'm a straight say it non-politically correct. But
no, Sam, go straight. Sam, be straight, man.
There's some motherfuckers like seriously fucking cooning, dancing, and fucking like trying to get that dollar from like alternate crowds.
Hodge twins,
Yeah, Hodge twins, Candace Owens,
Terrence K. Williams,
Anthony
Terry
Brian
Crews.
Logan and shit, ADL. I mean, like, and not even those. Let's talk about more mainstream. There are a couple mainstream guys. Like, I'm talking guys like fucking. I mean, guys like, fuck. I'm not. Damn.
Morgan Freeman.
Morgan Freeman is the classic. Is a classic.
Don't talk about it.
That cat got so much money. He got so much money, he don't even see color no more.
You want to stop racism? Don't talk about it.
Yeah. He's a fucking idiot.
You want him to stop hitting you with the nightstick? Stop seeing the nightstick.
Turn the other way. I mean, fuck. Like, it's not even him. It's thinking fucking what's his name? Lil Wayne. Lil Wayne is like one of the biggest motherfuckers cooning, and he's been cooning since like that fucking cop saved his ass. He should shut the fuck up.
He don't bother me. He don't bother me.
See, Sam, that's a great point because I don't know who it was. I don't know whether it was Ray or Mike who made the point of like, even if you're a young black person, you get told about race and racism. Lil Wayne said racism doesn't exist. He doesn't believe in racism. That was the words that came out of Lil Wayne's mouth. That racism is admit that it doesn't exist. So it goes to some point that there are guys that should shut the fuck up. But because he's Lil Wayne,
I can't believe I'm about to do this. I got to defend Lil Wayne. He said racism doesn't exist to me. That's what he said. He said racism doesn't exist to me because
you know why
it was a good story.
No, okay. Even if you use that, if my problem with that is that then you're exposing yourself. You know why you're exposing yourself? Of course, you've had racism. You've just chosen to ignore it.
Right. No, I hear you.
You've just chosen to.
And his words get manipulated because it's the equivalent of a man. It's be like one of you guys saying I'm allergic to peanuts, and I say, well, peanuts never hurt me, so peanuts are fine for everybody. That's basically the issue where with him saying that, I guess the life he's living, he's not allergic to racism, doesn't mean that nobody is allergic to racism. So that's the thing I catch with him. So I don't really, I think Morgan Freeman's worse than him, personally. Morgan Freeman on that. If you want racism to go away, just stop seeing it. Like, what the hell are you talking about, bro?
Now
I'm just trying to think some guy puts a gun to my face. I see no gun. You know, what are you talking about?
Now, if you're talking about somebody like
Sam.
Yeah, if you're gonna talk about Will Smith, I don't think what Will Smith did is exactly the wrong thing because, I mean, he kept quiet about it. He's got his circles that he's got. That he doesn't want to lose. To me, he's going a complete risk-averse way. He's basically not really talking about it. I mean, like, here's my thing. With him, like, with all the money he makes, he should at least just donate some money and then get some people off his back, put a Black Lives Matter fucking tag or something like that, and then call it a day. That's all he has to fucking do. Donate like $2 million to directly to Black Lives Matter. Do Blackout Tuesday, and that's it. And you're good.
Is it my turn to go with this one? I don't know.
Wait, so Brown, are you there?
I think you may step out real quick.
Okay, so Ray, go for it, man. Go for it.
So the question again is what we're engaging at this point. The question is about the rich. What should they do?
Basically,
I say that what. So if you think about what this fight is, there's us starting out with the premise that, hey, we should have a right to be treated as equal and decide our own lives, not be kept down because of our race. We're saying that, right, guys? I argue we're making the same mistake if we say that Will Smith or even Kanye needs to do something because of their race. I argue that an individual is an individual, and as far as the obligation, they get to decide that. So if Candace Owens decides that she is not obligated to the Black race, I believe we should support her, not in her message, but in her right to feel She's got no tie to us. She has that right. The same way I have a right to say every black brother is my brother, every human is my brother, and that's how I'm going to live. I have a right to decide if I care or not, and I associate to that person. People can cry about identity politics all day long. They're the snowflakes. If you get offended at me saying I care when another man is hurt, you got problems. You need to go see a therapist. It ain't about identity politics. I ain't making no problems. I ain't making no issues. You the twisted little one. Candace Owens, don't like her message. You know, Kanye West, and even some of these other people we're talking about. I cannot like their message, but fully support their right to say, I'm an army of one, or I only care about my family. Because if we do that, we're showing value. But let them choose their path. But we should choose ours. If we truly think that their path is wrong, instead of trying to deny them their path, why don't we show the example and live a different way? Why don't we do connection? How we're talking, we're not just having this conversation quietly in a room. We're streaming this out to the world. So while it's four black guys talking, this is 4 black guys talking and putting it out there and engaging the world. We're doing this for connection. We didn't do this. This show was not labeled the We Hate White People show.
No.
No, anyone coming off with that attitude, they're showing a personal problem. Because we're streaming this out there for connection, for engagement. We have decided to take that responsibility, to take that mantle. I don't think anyone should force this on anyone. And I think you guys as well, none of us was forced to be here today. None of us was forced to be here. Something inside us said, this is a requirement for the life walk. And that's why we do this. So let them take that path of lone wolf Rambo and let us take the path of connectivity and engagement. So no, I don't think they owe us anything. I feel for them. I don't think anyone, white or black, is better off alone. I don't think that's how humans were made. But a lot of humans will talk, that alpha male, lone gun, Rambo talk. I feel for them. I think it's a false path, but I think they have a right as an individual to choose that path.
All right, so we've got Brown back. So Brown, thoughts on that?
I got really nothing to add on that one. I think Ray hit the nail on the head.
So you don't. So if, let's say, a celebrity that you're a huge fan of, massive fan, you love this guy, you watch his movies, you buy the music, you are a huge fan of this guy, and during these times he says nothing during these times, when, let's say, this thing goes forward, your view towards him will not change a single iota.
Has anybody called Ja Rule to hear what he had to say about this? Thank you. Exactly. That's what, no, exactly. Somebody called Ja. How am I supposed to make sense of this? But that's my point.
As I heard, his career got murdered.
No, but you know what? I don't. I'm never. They're just people too. And Will Smith said plenty. Will Smith has always said plenty. He doesn't have to, like. That's kind of the problem with the black community in general, right? We have the memory of a goldfish, right? Somebody who's not in our face beating us over the head every 5 minutes, all of a sudden isn't about the movement, and that's foolishness, personally. But at the same time, celebrity is a celebrity. Like, just his opinion is no more important than mine, yours, or anyone else's. He just has a platform because of his celebrity. And does he have an obligation to use it wisely? Not really. I mean,
he has potential to, but no obligation.
Exactly. He has the potential, but no obligation. He doesn't have to speak up. Like, he doesn't have to like or dislike the things you like or dislike. There are 7 billion human beings on this planet, or a little bit over 7 billion. I think we're at almost 8 now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
So what makes your opinion so important that somebody who you've never met, will likely never meet, or at least never have a conversation on the level that we're having a conversation with, like right now? What makes you so important that you can dictate someone's worth based on him agreeing with you or not? Don't worry, I'll wait. Nothing. That's the point. People are allowed to have opinions. We're allowed to have opinions about those opinions. People are allowed to not share their opinions. We're allowed to have opinions about their not sharing their opinions. But at the end of the day, it's fucking cornflakes. It doesn't really matter, because you know what? Will Smith's opinion isn't going to stop kids from getting killed by cops tomorrow. My opinion isn't necessarily going to stop a kid from getting killed tomorrow. However, being a positive role model might just in the long run.
Real quick. Let me ask this. So, Candace Owens, it's good that Ray brought up Candace Owens. So, do you think a Candace Owens is, because again, I get the overall points you're making. I have a point of opinion. Black people are not a monolith. We are individuals. We don't just move together as one. We have different views. We have different characteristics. But let's say like a Candace Owens. Do you think her rhetoric, her dialogue, her commentary is problematic because racist white people can use it as ammunition by saying, hey, boom? Or do you think she's got her opinion? It is what it is. You now can choose whether to listen and be pissed off or to ignore.
People who believe Candace Owens without fact checking her just expose the fact that they were after confirmation bias. They wanted to hear someone who looked like us say the things that were in their head. And she is known to peddle that bullshit, just the same as the Hodge twins. And just the same, like, just point of fact. A couple weeks ago, they made a video about the young brother who got shot by the father and son, right? I don't want to butcher his name. I'm still having trouble with it. But anyway, they made a video. In the middle of their video, they start laughing and said, well, you know this was bullshit because black people don't jog. And I'm like, did that ignorant shit really just come out of their mouth? Black people don't run. We don't jog. When's the last time you seen a black man jog? Like country fried bumpkins. But yeah, it didn't stop several people that I know from sharing that video. It didn't stop several people I know from posting other videos about that they made about George Floyd. It didn't stop any of that. People who are going to post and share that kind of stuff, people who are going to repeat that kind of stuff, were always thinking it. Those brothers and sisters were just, for lack of a better word, smart enough to be able to sell to them what they wanted to hear. Now, are they selling us out? Maybe, from one point of view, possibly. But are they wrong for doing it, or are the people who eat it up wrong for searching for it? Because the market was there. They're giving the people what they want. So are they wrong for giving the people what they want, or are they wrong for selling us out, or are those people wrong for wanting what they're being given?
I think we're talking about two different levels here. We should separate. So I often talk about levels of tolerance. There's three levels of tolerance: legal, social, and intellectual. Now, we have not spent a single second talking about whether or not Candace Owens speaking should be mandated by the government. No one's talking about that. We're not saying that if you talk like Candace Owens, should you or shouldn't the government come in and kick in your door and take you to jail. So there should be universal legal tolerance, no matter what comes out of your mouth, okay? And maybe we can get into some corner cases, but let's just say government should not be dictating what you can or can't say. Next level is social tolerance. And that's what we mean by everyone's entitled to their own opinion, okay? Social tolerance means we're not going to kick you out of the village because you had a different opinion. We're not going to make you do the long walk onto the ice like Batman, okay? You will not have to do that. 100% universal social tolerance. Now, that other level we need to separate is intellectual tolerance. Absolutely, positively not should we be giving out universal intellectual tolerance. If you're stupid, you should be marked as stupid. If the things that come out of your mouth are false, they should be marked as false. And this is where people get it twisted. Absolutely, Candace Owen deserves 100% legal and social tolerance. Now, we want to talk about the quality of her opinion. She's an idiot. She's a cunning idiot, but she's an idiot. So we should be able to say Candace Owens and all these people have legal and social tolerance to say what they want to say. But at the intellectual level, we should be able to separate what is truth and what is not truth, what has evidence behind it, what is just passion and feelings, what is just ethics, because we have different ethic models and go back and forth, and what is passionate versus logic. So I argue that we can say everyone's entitled to their opinion, but your opinion is trash.
Okay. I want to circle back to the sort of like kind of like the first question I had, which is regards to African Americans and Africans. So, and I think it's always good that I have sort of like African Americans here, because again, I have questions, you know, and it's interesting that I can give these questions to guys who are living in America and so forth. So again, you see, from a African's point of view, Nigerian's point of view, Nigeria has always been obsessed with American culture, always. Even when I was growing up living in Nigeria in the 90s, like so many people had shirts with the American flag on it, you know, because Africans have always been like, and the funny thing, again, you guys may not know, whenever Nigerians, let's say they come abroad and they come back to Nigeria, they speak with a fake American accent. I said, it's so weird. They speak with, I said, wait. Like, first of all, like, I know you've never really been to America. That accent,
can you do it for us?
So why the hell are you speaking like that? But that's use of American accents is sort of like, oh my gosh, you're foreign and you're cool. Because see, if you speak with the English accent, you're like, oh, English. But if you speak with the American accent, oh, you're cool because of Nigeria's obsession with America. Hence why I put forth the whole thing. This is why I say to all African Americans, make your journey to Africa, because it will completely change your outlook. It will completely, totally reset your brain, because it's two things. You're going to a country where every single person you see is black, and where white people are sort of are a minority. Everyone you see is black. That's the first thing. Second thing, you're loved. It is what it is. Nigerians treat foreigners better than they treat the local people. So if they see somebody who is black and you're an American accent, you will get treated like a lord, because you're like, wow, it's amazing, because of Nigeria's obsession with the Americana culture. So let me go first to Sam. Do you feel it would be beneficial for all African Americans at one point to make a trip back to Africa and to be helpful for them, or do you think that shouldn't be a necessity?
I personally think it would. I mean, especially when I told you last time, I've been to Nigeria multiple times throughout my childhood, all the way growing up. Big reason why is because it gives people a touch back to their roots. I would recommend, mainly for Black Americans, if they go, not to go to South Africa and not to go to North Africa. Like and I'm talking about people who are like through and through Black Americans. I would recommend them to go to West Africa.
No, Sam. It is so good. You see, Sam. Why did you go there? Why did you go there, man? Because you open up a whole Pandora's box. Because I can go on a crazy soliloquy on South Africa, man. But all I will say is,
a fucking mess, man.
Just I don't go on a rant, because I can go on a crazy rant. Don't go to South Africa. And if you're South African in the live chat and anything, this is no offense to my Black South Africans out there. You know what it is. You know my issues I have with how things are in South Africa. So I would not recommend a Black American to get the African experience to go to South Africa. But Sam, I digress. Please carry on, Sam.
And the big reason I wouldn't go to South Africa is because South Africa, like, I mean, yeah, the black people are the majority there, but they ain't got no power over there, man. They ain't got no power over there. I mean, like yeah, they may be in the most of the political parties, but like all the money's controlled by the white people there, bro. Like if they go to West Africa, they may not be as stable economies as like the economy down in South Africa, but those countries are through and through African countries. I mean, like through and through like African controlled countries. And the thing about it is that North Africa is to be frankly honest, it's like going to the Middle East.
No. It's Middle East. It's Middle East. It's the Middle East. Yeah.
So, I mean, West Africa, and even some of Central Africa would be what I would recommend to most African Americans. I would say more so West Africa due to a lot of the ties and origins of most Black Americans.
But Sam, just speak in specific, because obviously, because because that's why I'm actually more interested to hear what Brown and things say, because you and me, Sam, we obviously know the Nigerian culture. So, but what do you think specifically it will do to sort of change the African American's mind psychologically? Specifically, how do you think it will help specifically?
I mean, it'll just give them a general idea of where they come from, give them an understanding of heritage, even if they don't know their family lineage or where their family was taken, what country their family was taken from. It does give you that energy boost, because I'll tell you one thing, like when my dad passed away, like a couple of my family members on my mother's side from Jamaica, they flew over with us, and they had many positive things to say about it, and they felt refreshed because they felt that they were getting more in touch with people that looked like them, that were from, I mean, that they can tell are probably from their lineage.
Okay. So, Brown, do you feel? So actually, no. Two questions. First question: do you have an urge to, or I'd say, an urge or a curiosity to spend some time, extended piece of time in an African country, specifically a West African country? And two, do you feel it would be beneficial to you spending some time in an African country?
The desire's there, sure. But I think everyone should travel, just in general, because you can't really comment about other places until you've been there, right? But then even then, your experience is going to be limited through the scope of someone just passing through. But you should still see the world before you completely form your opinion on it. So I think everyone should travel. I have the urge myself, yeah. But in terms of like, I personally don't know if it will be some kind of like I'll have some kind of epiphany that, oh my God, this is what's been missing in my life, or just wow, I'm not going to recite Nas's ending verse in Belly, Africa, like that's not going to happen. But I may still take away from that experience the fact that my ancestors came from this land. I'm returning to this land a free man. It may push me to reflect on my future by connecting with my past, if that makes any sense.
Okay. What about you, Ray?
So I was saying that everyone talks about how the devil's in the details, and I say that that's not really the truth. The devil's in the distance. I think the farther we are from each other, the easier it is to not care about each other. So if I became the dictator of the world, but still thought the way I thought, but I could force you all to do what I wanted you to do, I would make it a requirement to travel. We'd fund it, but you have to travel, not this weekend bullshit, okay, where you go to a McDonald's in Japan. You have to actually go break bread and live in another place and in their way. It's long enough to get an understanding of the culture, and not the full culture, get an understanding of a other culture. Because I argue that it's almost impossible to hate somebody that you know. You cannot like what they do. You cannot like what they say. But it's almost impossible to hate someone you know. So if I really had the power and could fix the world, I would force you to all know each other. So coming back to me going to Africa, not only did it help me know Africans, because I was one of those African Americans who thought you all lived in huts. I learned that's not the truth. But I also learned about myself, because
So where in Africa did you go?
Oh, so it's funny because I went to North Africa, then West Africa, and then East Side, Uganda boys. But my first African experience was actually North Africa. So I don't disagree with you. North Africa, it's different. You're in the sand. You're like Bedouins and stuff. I was at Barbary Coast the first time, then through Army engaging West Africa, which is where my genetics hail from. Let's just say that. So it was good to see something closer that's real, but at the same time, I got to get to know myself, because what a lot of people don't really think about is, yes, slavery was bad, but what's really bad was you were cut off from your history. You were cut off from where you come from. A lot of people talk about what happened with the Jews in World War II. It was heinous. It was atrocious. But they got to keep their history. African Americans lost their history. When you're growing up as a kid and you're seeing the white kid showing his family's coat of arms, or he's able to trace the family line back to the 1600s or whatever, it's not that every white person can do that, because I know some poor white guy's going to be like, well, I can't do that. The point is, none of us can do that. No African Americans can do that unless they go on that show and they pay for it. So it's about the fact that an entire group of people had that taken away. So when I go to West Africa, and I don't know exactly what part we're from, could be Senegal, could be Ghana, but I'm looking at a whole bunch of people I ain't never met before, and I'm looking at familiar faces. The first time in my life like that. And I'm not seeing familiar faces just sweeping up while some white dude's yelling at them. This is their land, which makes me wonder what part might be mine. It was the beginning of me hearing stories other than white nursery rhymes, other than white folklore. Because you're not raised in America that blacks have folklore. So then you go to Africa, you're like, you know what? My people got folklore too. So you get those books, and when you have children, guess what? That's me trying to reconnect my bloodline to where we come from. Now, again, that's my choice. I don't think that every African American has a responsibility to reconnect to that. But I feel sad for them if they don't see how it can only make them better. So I would say, if you can, go. And not just go there, go out into the world. Americans, the most powerful passport in the world, less than 15% of Americans even have one, and less than 10% use it more than one time in their life.
Absolutely true. A lot of Americans are the most homeless people.
That is crazy. That is crazy. That's so many Americans, because I remember reading it somewhere, and I hope I could find the exact number, that the majority of Americans don't even own a passport.
They don't. Most Americans don't even have one. That is crazy. You are a member of the most powerful nation in the world. And like I was saying, I was actually talking to someone in the chat thread. They were talking about, if you go to Nigeria, you'll be treated bad. I'm like, nah, I didn't know where the guy was from, but I'll tell you this. I didn't know what it was like to be treated like a full American citizen until I left America. When I left America, When I left America with this American passport, that's when I knew what it was like to be an American. I didn't learn it living in America. In America, I'm a black man. When I leave America and I go to France and I go to Italy and I go to these various places, I go to Ecuador, I now know what it means to be an American. I have gone places. I remember I'm in Finland and this dude is running behind me, just yelling in Finnish. And let's just say my Finnish is not that great. So I didn't know who he was talking. He's just running behind me. I was going to my hotel. So just imagine me, a black guy in Finland. I'm walking down the street to my hotel with a suitcase. This guy comes out of the restaurant just yelling and yelling. And finally, just think about the audacity. Because I'm an American, even though I'm in Finland, I turn around and I say in English, "Who do you think you're talking to, bro?" He heard that American accent, and that dude was like, be our guest, put our service to the test. Complete 180. So I asked my other friend, I go, what the hell just happened? He said he thought you were an African refugee.
Oh my, wow.
He was yelling at you, get out of my country. You guys don't contribute. He thought you were an African refugee. When he heard your accent and he realized you were an American, night and day. When I'm in Rome, I was in Rome late one night, and some dudes from like Sweden or Switzerland, they're just being jerks. So I came up to my friends like, hey, let's get going. Okay, let's just get out of here. And this Swedish guy was like, oh, look at the guy with the cute tie. So I usually got my tie on. And the dude flipped my tie. And I said, yeah, you never touch another man's tie. And I knocked him out in front of two cops.
Whoa.
Cops come over and they're like, whoa, come with us. And I go, America. And they're like, get out of here. So this is the most powerful, and I'm telling those horrible stories for a reason. That's why I'm telling you them, because America, you get to be the world's asshole. But as a black person, you don't feel that power when you are in America. In France was the first time I felt that when women saw me, they saw a man and not a black man. France was the first place I went to where, you know, you meet people and you're going around, and my name wasn't Black Ray. You know, when there's more than one Ray, Ray is one of those names where you travel the world, there's usually someone named Ray. You feel me? A Ray, a Raymond, a Ramon, whatever.
Michael.
France was the first, Michael, Mikhail, it's one of those names. France was the first time where I walked into the room and they're like, that's Ray. Oh, we have another Ray? Yeah, that's why we call him Chicago Ray. In America, damn straight, you're Black Ray. You're Black Ray.
What about the football games though, Ray?
What's up?
Yeah, you're black. You felt like a man and not just a black man, but you weren't playing football.
I was a man first, is my point.
No, I feel you, but let's be real. When it goes back to something they're passionate about, they throw bananas on the field. So there's that. They're not kind to. Well, you know, I get it. I think what you said was right. The fact that you were American gave you clout.
Yeah, exactly.
But a black.
I'll tell you this right now: the cats they threw those bananas at, were those Americans?
No.
You're talking about the soccer games, right?
Yeah, of course. But that's the point. They were like they're like Nigerian.
Right.
They're Nigerian by birth. They hate immigrants there. They love when we pass through, but you moving there and you're not from America. You're from Africa and you're trying to move to Europe. Good luck. Especially
I was going to bring some of that up because
is a no-go. Eastern Europe is a no-go. No way. No
bro,
way.
I traveled all over Eastern Europe.
Eastern Europe, man. I love rolling Eastern Europe.
Croatia.
Pushkin, bro. Pushkin was black. There's a little bit of the language, man. With extra danger comes extra benefits. Trust me.
I got a brother I know from who's another YouTuber. I don't know if you've seen him, Polochko. That dude like lives in fucking Russia and has been basically like, and basically has lived there for like I think the past 10 years.
Only reason I am concerned about me personally for Russia is because of my military background, because they won't hesitate to snatch you up over that. But if I had never served in the military, I'd roll in Russia. In fact, that's what we used to do. We would go in through Finland. We'd take the ferry because they don't check passports. So we'd take the ferry into Russia, party during the day, just make sure we get back by nighttime. But no, I love that. Actually, there's no part of the world I don't love, man. It's just better when no one's shooting at you.
Bro, I mean, yeah, no, because I think it is true what you're saying with regards to. I mean, just to pick up on both of your points. I mean, racism exists everywhere. You know, I think if you're a black person and you stay long enough, even in a European country, you will feel that racism. But of course, if you're American and the key thing that you're passing through, yeah, that's all cool. And I think even specifically as well, just speaking to your points, I mean, again, from a Nigerian point of view, I remember at one point when I was in the airport, and this is just when I had just gotten my British passport, because I have two passports. I've got a Nigerian passport and a British passport. And I remember when the guy at the airport, the military guy at the airport, saw my red passport. He was like, "Wow, man, I have a red passport." My guy. I was like, wait a minute. You work for the Nigeria's military. So if you're the face and the beacon of Nigeria, and you're talking about how impressed and how lucky I am that I have a red passport. But again, it just goes to show with how much power you can have with these passports. Again, I tell you another story. Like I think I told this story before, but not to you guys. So Japan, 2006, friend invited me over. This was before I got my British passport. I had my Nigerian passport. So I was just, walking through the line and everything because I took a different plane. So I go to the desk, and this is in Narita, Japan's airport. So they look at my passport, Nigerian passport. Look. I say, "Can you just wait for this?" I say, "Sure, cool." Everyone passes through, and they then take me into this kind of like special room. And they say, "Yeah, can you just wait here?" I was waiting. I must have waited there for about an hour, 2 hours or something. And then finally, they then gave me back my passport. Then my friend said, "What was the problem?" And the thing is just that passport. Nigerian passport, black dude, and let's just quadruple check because he could be like a terrorist. If I'd shown them the American passports or the British passport, boom, all the way through. But just as you said, that's British passport. For let's say the Nigerian, it is supremely powerful in Nigeria. But that's British passport citizenship in Nigeria means diddly squat. It means absolutely zero, because it's like again, this is even like a nice kind of diversion. So they racism rallies, all these protests and so forth, and on the news, English news called Sky News, there's this guy Matt Hancock. He's the health secretary in England, and the huge conversation in England it's happening all over the world, but in England, racism. Let's now address all the racist issues. So the newscaster asks the health secretary, "Are there any black people in your government's cabinet?" And the guy was, "Well, but of course we have like a few Asians in it." I didn't ask you for if you have any Asians. Do you have any black people in your cabinet? This guy couldn't say no. He's like, "Well, but we've done, this is the most diverse cabinet in the history of England, and we've done everything." It's like, we don't care about how diverse it is. Do you have any black people in your cabinet? He couldn't say no. And I think, which is what I say to you guys, that, you see, England's racism is different from America's racism. Like, and again, my brother, he's lived in both countries, because my brother said to me that in America, they're racist to your face. They hatch it out because Americans are very blunt. They don't really understand subtlety. But you go to England, it is embedded because the Englishman is very cunning, and he's all about weaving it through, so you can't really see it. So England will, when this happened, England were like, "Oh my gosh, this racism, that's an American thing. That's not an English thing, because we're not racist here in England. Oh, that's whole American thing." So let me come over to Sam now. Do you think that racism is very much a global thing, or it is far more serious and far more profound in America specifically? Sam. Okay, then I think Sam is out. And what about you, Brown? So, Brown, do you see racism as a global thing, or maybe something that is far more serious in America?
It's not. I wouldn't say it's more serious in America than it is in some other places, or that other places are worse. Or I'll just say that it's a global issue. But racism is just tribalism, really, right? It's just the reason why I'm heavy sighing is just because when I think about it, I don't know about you guys, but I'm friggin' exhausted from the past few weeks and battling this crap. You know what I mean? And I can't imagine the folks who've been like, I told one of my friends the other day, I get it now why all the 60 and 70-year-old brothers and sisters are like, when you're like, hey man, this needs to change, and they're just like, chill. Right? Because they've fought this for twice our lifespan already, almost, right? And they realize that they fought it for twice the lifespan that we've experienced, and us being up in arms right now is not all we're going to do is burn ourselves out mentally. And I think a lot of us have burned ourselves out mentally.
Oh, no, but very quickly, but isn't it a case of where, just to sort of maybe play another side, is the younger people are saying, we're going to do it with a energy and a tact that is different from you. And the younger people will say, we've got the internet, we've got access to information, we are far better informed, we are more well informed, we're living in a more globalized world. So therefore, the tools we have can be far more effective than the tools you had back in the 60s or the early 90s. Please say that.
No, I think in general, life moves faster than it did when the old guard were the young Turks, right? When they were young and fresh, and the movement was really just starting. You heard about what Dr. King did from a cousin who was in town from whatever, or from the one family down the block who had a phone, or you know what I mean? It wasn't like, or if they were lucky enough to have a television. It wasn't like now where everyone has the sum total of human knowledge in their pocket via their phone. And you can see a protest going on in Japan live. That didn't happen. Now, kids are moving at a pace faster than what the older folks are used to, I think is what it is. But at the same time, I think the energy is different this time around. I think, like Ray said earlier, the whole world is pissed off about this at this point. It's not just black folks anymore. The message got out because of technology. The message got out. We sent the distress call, and that shit was heard. It's like, other people heard it, and they're like, no, we hear you, we see you, and they're joining the fight. That's a legit awesome thing. I was explaining to somebody else yesterday. This is unprecedented. He's like, well, where were the protests for this person, that person? I'm like, this protest that's going on right now is global. It's not national. So when you say, is it more of an American problem or global problem or whatever have you, the whole world, the fact that the whole world is now empathizing with what's going on tells you that the whole world saw right from wrong, saw how it applied in this case and then all other cases, because going down the police brutality rabbit hole will make people who were never, wise to what was going on say, oh my God, this shit is real now, right? I think that's what happened. Sam made that point earlier, and it was right on. Technology is going to be the thing that turns the tide here, because the days where cops, look at the cops who pushed that old man, right? Back in the day, we heard about cops cracking our elders' heads open in a protest, right? We heard about it well after the fact. No action was taken because political will couldn't be gained because public opinion was slower to build. Now public opinion builds in 15 minutes of the article being posted. They have to act. So I think that's what's changing. It's the same. I think people were always going to be upset. People were always going to be outraged. They just had to know. And that's something that Ray had said the other day that kind of stuck with me when he made the point that shaming isn't necessarily going to be in all cases a great tactic, because maybe they just didn't know. And if you roast them, then they're going to be probably less receptive of the message. Well, I think that he was right. A lot of folks who didn't know now do. And now they're with us. So I think the more we just continue, people just keep using their phones to show what's really going on, and we stop listening to the media's narrative, and you make your own decisions, I think the world will change as a whole. Technology did a really good job of making us not give a shit about each other. Ironically, now technology is doing a really good job of making us give a shit about each other again. It's weird, but it's happening.
Okay. So Corey, is the mic working there, Corey?
Hey, yes, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. We can hear you. All right, cool.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Sort of jump off what Brown was just saying. So do you think that this kind of movement that seems to be led much more by younger people will be more effective and different because of technology, greater access to information, and the more globalized world that we live in? Or do you think in 6 months' time we'll just be jumping up and down, dancing to Drake and Lil Wayne in 6 months' time? Or do you think this will be different?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm cautiously optimistic, like everybody else. I do believe that. I was watching an interview today from Joe Rogan, and they were comparing these riots to the '92 riots in LA. And the young person on the interview was like, "Well, I don't know anything about the '92 riots in LA because I wasn't born yet. What was that like?" And Joe Rogan was saying that, like, the difference is the LA riots was in LA, and these riots are more national. They're international. So I mean, like, I do believe that young people all over the world, they kind of like will seize on this moment and kind of use this as their LA riot moment, as their civil rights movement moment, where they are possibly looking at this as a chance to change everything. That's my optimistic point of view. But I'm very cautious about it because I've seen this happen before. With the election of Barack Obama, everybody made a big deal about it. Everybody says racism is over. We're in a post-racial America, and we saw what happened after that. I mean, so people are using technology now, and today, and I was very pessimistic about it in the beginning because I'm like, well, what can one Twitter user do, or what can one tweet do, or what can one Instagram post do to really change the world? But I mean, it really does allow everybody walking around to be a little protester or a journalist or a photojournalist, or they can broadcast what's going on real time, live, and people can, and like the last brother was saying, people can make decisions on stuff instantly. And I do think that, I mean, yeah, of course that's going to change the way these people get down, and the way these people protest, and the way these people get things changed. Like I said, I do believe that the young kids who are using technology possibly see this moment as their big civil rights movement moment, just like they had before in America or in Alabama, in Selma, Alabama. They see this as their civil rights movement now. They're big, because I think this is going to start snowballing into not just rights for African Americans, or not just being about George Floyd. This is going to be about all inequality pretty soon. And yeah, that's what I see. And then if that's the case, then I do see a good thing happening because of this.
They were marching for in Dallas, at least. They had signs for Sandra Bland, Botham Jean, Justine Diamond. They had signs for all of those folks in the protest down here. So it's already moving that way, Corey. Like it's legit already moving that way, to where it's not about, this isn't just about George Floyd anymore. This is about everyone, the Philando Castillos, all of that. Like exactly, like nobody, regardless of color, deserves to die like a dog because a cop was having a power trip. And that's not even about, that comes back to a police training thing. That's not even just a racial thing at this point. At this point, you have a bunch of unfit motherfuckers with badges you legitimately have people who have multiple complaints against them for excessive force or brutality. Cameras are going to help with that. But what I'm tired of seeing is videos where the cops mute their mics or shut their camera off before they talk to a superior officer, or halfway into the video of the altercation, they purposefully shut it off. That should be a punishable offense right there. Because what's the point? You're purposefully defeating the purpose of having the camera because you know you're about to do something. Exactly. And if you guys remember the young brother who got stopped for picking up trash in front of his own apartment, before they decided to let him go, the main cop, who was the one holding him at gunpoint, goes to talk to his superior before they release him, and he muted his microphone for that conversation. But you know, how much is it going to help? A lot. If you guys remember the young brother from Northwestern who got arrested for stealing his own car, you can hear the cops tell the Karen who called the cops on him because she didn't think he looked like he owned his car, that she didn't do anything wrong. When she said, "I feel horrible, am I one of those people?" He said, "Oh no, you didn't do anything wrong," and he's making excuses for why she did the right thing. This is caught by his camera. When he talks to his superior about, well, we've got to book him for something because they realized it was a bad stop on their end. Well, we've got to book him on something. Well, we can get him on resisting. All of this is picked up by their mics. That kid won the lawsuit 100% because of all of this. So when they destroy evidence that way, it needs to be punishable. They need to be terminated immediately for that. If it's determined that they purposefully muted their microphone or turned their camera off, do not pass go.
Hey, there is one thing I just saw. Like I just like swiped through my phone and I saw this video from the PBA. For any of you who don't know what the PBA is, it's the Police Brothers. It's basically the
Police Benevolency.
Police Benevolence Association. Basically, just to give you an idea, it's a police union that's based out of New York. It's for primarily covers NYPD officers, but does cover other officers, other police officers within the tri-state area and throughout the U.S. But pretty much it highlights when I was looking at the video, the lead of the PBA was basically talking about how he was disgusted and how he felt people were treating them like villains and blah, 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 and that we don't represent Derek Chauvin and shit. But really the thing about it is that it highlighted one thing that is really the biggest problem in the U.S. police system: police unions. Police unions are the number one reason why you have so many of these bad cops getting off the hook. Because think about it this way: if somebody has a complaint put on them, the PBA will cover down and get them a lawyer paid for by union funds. In addition to that, the union will provide them has connections with the district attorney and with a lot of people in the legal system, so they can make everything go in the favor of so basically it gives them an unfair advantage in the favor of the cop. So you can pretty much get away with you can get away with murder. You can pretty much get away with fucking murder. You can shoot somebody in the street as long as there's not enough verified evidence, kind of like with Derek Chauvin. With Derek Chauvin, there's enough evidence there where you can convict, where if you put the right charge, you can definitely convict. But with somebody like Michael Brown, where there was not much video evidence, it was very easy to make that go away. I'm not gonna say very easy. It was a very difficult case for them to stop that conviction. But what I'm getting at though is that there's a lot of cases that don't even go to a charge. It's basically that they'll put in the report that the guy was resisting arrest and boom, it's gone. The DA will basically dismiss it right then and there. And who helps out with that? It's the police. It's basically the police. It's that. I mean, really, to be honest, you could keep the current system, the current police system, if you modified 3 or 4 things. And one of those would be and one of those main things would be the police unions. You take care of the police unions, you take care of like people getting let off scot-free. It wouldn't be like these cops
but we know they will fight back, and that's the issue, because nobody likes to lose power. People love the power trip, and these systems will fight hard. Oh my gosh, we love the fact that we can do whatever we want. We can gun down these guys because it's that power trip. You want to take away our power, they're going to fight for it.
Unions
I'm not bothered by police unions protecting their own. I'm bothered by what they're protecting. I'm okay with police unions protecting a better cop. I'm completely okay with a organization dedicated towards protecting a better cop. So I argue, why don't we just make sure that what they're protecting is of a better quality? Because right now, they're protecting cats that make on average $35K a year. That's a certain type of man, on average. We all know there's some great cops. Fox News keeps making sure we see the white cop playing basketball with the kids. We got it. He exists. Even though you ain't paying him shit, he'll still go play ball with the hood kids. Got it. Awesome. I'm saying, why don't you increase that pay, increase that training, make it twice as hard to become a cop, and make it twice as hard to stay a cop? Then yeah, let the police union protect that type of cop. I'm good with it.
I'm fairly certain it's easier to become a police officer in New York than it is to become a garbage man in New York. They do psychological evaluations and everything like that, and I went through this. I took the test, went through psych, did the whole thing, right? This is before they increased the salary, and then I really thought about it. Is it worth getting shot at or potentially killed for no real money? So there was no real money in being a cop. So, and in any case, it's like legitimately there's a waiting list to become a garbage man. Cops, they're begging people to become cops. You get what you pay for in this case. So my point is, if you look at cases like Marcus Jeter, I don't know if you guys remember him. He was the brother out of Jersey who he got arrested. The cops kept saying, "Stop trying to take my gun," as they were beating him up. And he was like, he had his hands up and he was like, "I'm not resisting. I didn't do anything wrong." And the cops were saying that he was fighting with them, and they busted out his windows, dragged him out the car, beat the crap out of him, and then they suppressed the evidence when he told his lawyer about what happened.
Oh, I saw that. I remember that.
The dash cam footage disappeared for like a year. You remember that? And they finally found the dash cam footage and it exonerated him. And now those cops did get arrested. They did go to trial and everything like that. But it's just, again, video is everything. How many wrongful convictions are there just because the cop said so? How many brothers and sisters are dead? I'm not talking just black. I'm talking brothers. When I say brothers, I'm talking about white folks too, Hispanic folks. How many folks are dead right now because a cop, quote unquote, feared for their life? I don't know if you guys saw that video of the lady cop who was responding to the drunk son who was fighting with his mother, and she shot his mother. She was fighting with the guy, and instead of waiting for backup, she pulled her gun, and they were in a fist fight, and when she just bucked off around and shot the mother. It's not just them who are victims of it's not just us who are victims of bad police training and bad policing. Then her partner comes in and kicks the guy in the face. That was fun. And yes, Daniel Shaver, the hotel shooting. That cop was a psychopath, and he had didn't he have kill 'em all or something like that written on his gun?
No. I don't mean the guy who shot. I mean the boy in Arizona who they made him crawl on his belly. Oh, you mean the cop himself?
Yes.
He said it was you're fucked. It said
you're fucked. That's what it was on his gun, and they were like, "Yo, this guy is like seriously bent," and the kid, he murdered that kid. So there's in general, we need reform, we need better training. George Floyd was killed with a non a non-textbook chokehold. Now some police agencies are banning chokehold use. And I get it. Some cops are like, well, what are we supposed to use? Harsh language? You know, how are we going to keep these guys subdued, especially if they're bigger? I mean, that's kind of the job, homie. That's what you signed up for. Like, I don't rightly know the answer to that. I do know that once somebody goes limp, you should probably get off their neck.
No, but again, I want to take it to a different point, but I think it just goes to show how rogue the police force in America have been and the amount of power that they have, where they can pretty much go there and justify themselves with doing whatever they want because they know that I can do whatever I want because I have the power and have the protection. And look at all of these people who have gotten off. Hey, if I just play someone by the rules, I can get off because so many guys have done blatant stuff. The Rodney King thing, once they got off, it was like, it's open season. It's open season. But I want to take this to like a more global thing now. So obviously, I think most of you guys are older here. And I think quite a few of these guys that sort of watch this and are subs to me, they're a lot younger. So because I think experience is a very big thing. It's a massive thing, you know, and because again, I can go into details, but I want you guys to talk about, but one of the key things I say is choose your battles. And that is what I learned through age. Like when I was young, I fought everything. Boom, boom, boom. You're racist, nigga, boom, 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 boom. I'm going to fight you if it's boom. But when you grow, they say, well, wait. Some battles are not worth fighting because you will just grow limp. And they are done to try and break you down emotionally, psychologically, so you can actually achieve what you want to achieve. You have to choose the kinds of battles you want to fight. So I want to confess to Corey with this. So Corey, what is your advice to young Black people sort of battling racism and how to sort of get forward in this life and in this reality of the world?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I would say, you know, there are certain realities that you have to accept, like especially in our country and in the States. You know, you have to have money. You know, you have to be able to take care of business and not really you know, how should I put this? Money isn't everything, but you need to focus on making sure that you have all your bases covered, I would say. So that way, you know, when you do come up, you know, you get hit with a racist incident or something racist happens to you or something like that, you have the strength to kind of fight back. Or if it's at the job, you have this, you can quit the job and say, fuck this, I don't have to deal with this anymore, or something like that. I mean, but for everything else, I mean, I would say don't sweat the small stuff. Like you said, some battles are not really worth fighting. You know, you don't really have to wage a whole war against the country or something like that. You know, you just have to just focus on. I would say I spent a lot of my youth focusing on things that I couldn't change, and you know, that's what kind of you gotta figure out later on in life as you get older that at the end of the day, man, only the stuff that you can change matters. Only family matters. Only people that you love matters. Everybody else, man, like who gives a fuck about their opinion and what they think, you know, because they don't really have any say so in your life anyway. So, you know, but that, you know, that just comes with time and maturity. You know, I mean, you can't really tell somebody that or have somebody understand that, you know, in the beginning. You know, that's what I would say.
All right, why? What about you, Sam? Your advice for the youth, the younger Black people. Sam. All right, Ray. What about you? Advice for the younger Black people out there.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Okay,
sorry, Sam. Sorry, Sam. Go. All right.
so you're saying advice for the younger black people, right? Younger
Yeah.
black kids. Here's my thing: education. There's no way around it. Education is going to be your key. Um, I would say knowing your history, but on top of that, finding there was some good advice I got, which is try to find a calling. Try to find something that you like to do, not something that you want to be. Because if you try, and what I get at with that is that a lot of people talk about wanting to do a profession that they see on TV or that they want to do, and there may be something like it may be unachievable, or it may be something that if you do too much of it, you may not like. Because when I was growing up, I wanted to be a game programmer, and looking back on that and looking like I see that with the way it is in like programming in like those areas in that space, it's not the best for me. I mean, because programming.
Actually, real quick, it's so funny you say that because my brother is an animator, and he even says to me that, man, he is more times than not, he's the only black guy in the whole room.
Yeah.
So because he works in an industry, because like he's works in the gaming industry for a few years. So it says when he walks in the building, hundreds of people, he's either one of two of the only black people in the whole space. But yeah.
I mean, a lot of upper professions like that, it'll end up being like that. But and it's right, but I think the difference with that, like with being a game programmer, is a lot of the sense where it's like you got a lot of hours, you don't get a lot of benefits, the pay's not that great for what it is compared. Like a senior IT guy gets paid more than a programmer, and you really don't make the money unless you're working as a project manager or a developer. But I mean, that's digressing. But like the thing is, do something that you like to do, and try to go that direction rather than something you want to be. Because sometimes you might get disappointed. And the other thing too, try to look at money management classes and saving money, because saving money and looking at investing, because that's the easy way to make money. And to be honest, money is, like as they say, cream. Cash rules everything around me. Yeah, that's all it is.
All right, man. Ray, what about you? What's your advice to the youth, the younger youth?
I would say my advice to younger youth is question everything. Don't listen to the older people, even people like me. Don't trust us. Question everything we say. They're going to hear stories, people saying, well, you know, we fought the fight too. That's why we're not this and that. I tell these young kids, keep doing what they're doing. We ain't trying to be you. That's what I see these kids saying. They're basically saying, had you old timers handled this shit back at the Civil War, or had you handled this properly back during civil rights, we wouldn't be having to handle it now. But you did half measures. So I would just give the advice, keep doing what y'all are doing. Basically what they're showing, they're tired of taking advice from people that couldn't do it themselves. So that's really my advice. Don't take the wars of your father. Don't take the weight of what we have. Do it better than us. Don't do what we did, because if what we did worked, y'all wouldn't have to do nothing right now.
Okay. So I think so. Brown, either. I think Brown has sort of stepped.
No, I'm here.
Here it is. Okay, so yeah, so Brown, what about you? Advice for younger black people.
Don't get angry. Anger can be useful, but not when combating social injustice. You should be focused, not angry. And if you're angry, your judgment will be clouded. You'll make mistakes, and you will end up giving them the advantage. If you stay cool and calm, it's like I tell people, don't fight it out with the cops at the scene. Take the ticket, tell them be safe, and thank you for your time and whatever have you as you leave. Fight it out in court. It's that simple. So I would just leave it at that.
All right, so
Yeah.
we're going to take some questions before we get it here. So guys, send in some questions. Last 20-30 minutes or so, we're going to
I want to
answer
answer that question. How can white money save black people? Because that's
about to click.
that's a funny question. I'm gonna straight up answer that one.
Sam,
Yo,
go
like,
for
the thing about
Ray, I see you smiling. Ray, I see you smiling, man. I want you to answer this as well. So look, we're all going to answer this. So Sam, hit it off. How can a white money save black people?
bro, money is money. Capital is everything. Capital it's an international thing. You got to remember that there's a such thing as the international bank, the international bank, the international the IMF and the World Bank. So it covers all types of currencies: European, North American, South American, African, and Asian. So it doesn't matter what currency you have. So as long as you have a lot of it, that's really what matters. So the big thing about it, though, is that in terms of money, I mean, money is what it's priced.
Do you really have access to, even if you have all the money, do you really have access to everything? The same kinds of things that black people do?
You have access to most. To be quite honest, money does give you a lot of advantages. I mean, because it helps you with quality of food, quality of education, infrastructure, all of that. I mean, and that's even talking at a micro level. At a macro level, obviously, you know the deal. It's capital. It builds communities. You can use that to buy investments and to buy actual capital that would help you or help your nation, which would be things along the lines of infrastructure and so on. And that's why there's all these trades going on between China and the U.S. There's another guy down there. Who is that?
Oh no! I think that's another. I think that might be someone I brought in. So, B. Who is B? Hello. Okay. No. I think because it's someone that I brought in. I think she's going to talk soon. She just needs to get her mic ready. So, let me come to Raymond then. White money. How can white money save black people?
I think white money can save black people the same way it can save white people. Money is useless sitting. Pablo Escobar was a billionaire. He buried money all over the country of Colombia. And when he went back for it later, it was rotten, eaten by ants and stuff like that. Money is useless when it's not moving. The power of money is when it moves. So the more places your money moves to and moves through, the more powerful your money is. Look at the South. The South had slavery. They had a whole bunch of people working for free. So they had the money. So it's showing you that the South to this very day, the South is still behind. So even though they had all the money, they're still behind. The reason why is they kept the money with themselves instead of sharing it across. So when slavery ended, their working base, yes, the blacks were hurt, but so were the white Southern businesses because they were operating on a crutch the whole time. And when they lost that crutch, they couldn't compete. And to this very day,
They never recovered.
Down through the South, they still have not caught up. They still haven't. So the question is, when you have money, I say this a lot in business. I'm not impressed with how much you make. Tell me how much you keep. Anybody can make money. Money's like water. Anybody can hold it. But how much can you keep? How much can you retain? That's the real question. So if your circle of influence is not big enough, money will go through you and you won't really get its full benefit. If you have these competing circles, money goes over there, we don't benefit, but it comes back over here, we don't benefit. It really works when your network is big enough. So there's people still fighting this new age, this progressiveness, and you're seeing what's happening to them. People find out you're racist, you get boycotted, right? You get boycotted, you get shut down, you lose money in today's age. So we need to keep those kinds of things in mind where you're not doing me a favor doing business with me. The same way I'm not doing you a favor doing business with you. This is not something, diversity is not something you do to feel good. Diversity is a survival mechanism. I'll give one last little analogy. People who grow plants, whether it's weed or tomatoes, when they do indoor plant growing, when they first started it, they would put the lights on 24 hours a day and make it perfect conditions for the plants. They found that these plants did not survive many generations. They then started only putting on the UV lights 12 hours a day. And then they started putting these huge fans to push on the plants. What they found is when something grows without struggle, when it grows without stress, yes, it grows, but it's weak. And its blood and its continued clones, or as it continued generations, they get weaker and weaker too. So you make a weaker strain. So people who might be thinking that they're winning right now because they're reaping the benefits of racism, they're just breeding weaker and weaker strains of their people. And you're seeing this. Their kids are the new snowflake. These are the people crying now because they never had to compete in an open race. Now that Black people are allowed to race against them, now they want to cry. These are the people that before they're, Latins and Mexicans weren't allowed in the country. So now that they're competing, now they're crying about their job being taken. Think how weak that is. A dude traveled 3,000 miles and he still beat your ass to the job interview. You're crying now. China was nothing 50, 60 years ago. Now, before you was bragging that big boy talk. Now they're building what you can build cheaper. Now you're crying because instead of operating on a full scale, you was fake thugging. You see those rings behind me there. I argue being Black in America is like you want to do pull-ups, but they put a 45-pound weight around your waist. Now, some of us manage to do those pull-ups even with that weight around us. And people try to convince us that because we were able to do the 10 pull-ups, that means the weight doesn't exist. No, I didn't make it this far proving that racism doesn't exist. I made it this far despite racism. And what do you have now? Now you have a guy who made it, who knows you took a shot at him, who knows you missed. Now you got to deal with that. So I argue, what can white money do for Black people? The same thing white money can do for white people. Have a better future.
All right. Corey. So same
Yeah,
how can white money save Black people?
If I can just say, before I answer that question, I just want to reiterate what Ray was saying. Not only have the South haven't fully recovered, I would argue that the former slave colonies have never really recovered, namely Portugal and Spain. I would say slavery, the end of slavery fucked up a lot of industry in the world that have in some ways had never fucking recovered. But I think access to white money to me means access to loans. Means access to financial literacy to help people, to help Black folks like myself when I was younger, who didn't understand investing, didn't understand how capital works, didn't understand how passive income works, things like that, didn't understand the benefits of making your money work for you, making money while in your sleep, all that kind of stuff. This is the kind of financial literacy that I would put under the umbrella of quote unquote white people's money, because this is the kind of stuff that white people teach their kids. I know my parents didn't teach me that. My parents are very old school though. Small business loans, tax lessons in how to work the tax system to get breaks off of it, how to make an LLC, how to make an LLC work for you, things like that, using the system to benefit you. which is going to lead to more money in the Black community, which will lead to kids being able to go to these good universities and then make those connections that's needed to benefit in our society. So that's what access to white money means to me, because unfortunately, the Black elite are not able to do that for the Black middle class and working class.
Okay. Now this is an interesting one here. Is white America's obsession with freedom natural, or is it a smokescreen to cover up their history of slavery? So Sam, try to pick that one apart.
It's not to cover up their history. It might be part that might be part of the deal, but I think the bigger part of this is just, hey, that people want to. That I think really the big thing here is that Americans always want to claim themselves as the most free nation in the world. I mean, white Americans have always been like that. I mean, it's just how our nation is. We always want to say, "Hey, we're the best."
I'm not remember, but are they doing it to sort of cover up for
poor history? Subconsciously, yes. Blatantly, no. I don't think they're blatantly doing it. I think it's just they're just doing it partially like that. But yeah, one thing I do see here is that somebody brought up Dr. Boyce Watkins.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna say I got a couple words about that guy. I think he's a snake oil salesman. And there's one term that, but then again, that's another subject. That's another topic.
No. Go in, man. Go in fully. Go in.
And I know people might disagree with me on here because I know there's like a lot of like Pan-African types, but they say Black people can't be racist. That was one of the big things that he tried to push, like Black people can't be racist. But the thing about racism is that when you look at racism, it has different racism has different levels. Racism, I mean, because when a lot of people subscribe to the whole Black people can't be racist, when they look at racism, they look at systems. They look at systematic racism, like which if you use it in that term, a Black person can't be racist because they don't have power unless they're in a black country and they have something. But here's my caveat to that. When you think about racism, you also have to think about other things such as violence, because violence is power. So if you shoot somebody, so think about it this way. If I'm by myself, I have a gun, and I shoot a white guy because he's white, that's racism. Or if I'm with a group of people, if I'm with a group of my friends and I beat up a white guy, and I beat him up because he's white, that's racism. That's usually the way I cover it. And there's a bunch of other things that Boyce Watkins talks about. And I feel that another thing too about that.
So what is your, because my brother's sort of like, well, not really a big watcher of Boyce Watkins, but I always sort of see him, watching him, say, I'm more of a Dr. Umar dude, personally. So, but what is it specifically about Boyce Watkins? Is it that his messaging is problematic? His messaging is confused?
I think it's confused because here's the problem with that. It basically triggers a behavior that makes Black people feel like victims. And on top of it's not only that, but I also feel that as well that the other thing that it does for Black people as well is that it makes them feel that they're righteous in whatever negative actions they take. It basically because one thing we see nowadays is that a lot of people are afraid of being labeled racist. Well, a lot of white people are afraid of being labeled racist. A lot of Black people, a lot of people in general are afraid of being labeled racist because that's like one of the new cardinal sins, to be outright called that because it's so bad and so evil. One of the things about that is that when you say something like Black people aren't racist, that kind of lifts people from feeling that they can't take that they're not doing a negative action when they do something. So like if they call somebody like a honky or a cracker or just like I said, beat the fuck out of somebody or kill them, they feel like something's lifted because they may feel like it's just or right when it really isn't. I mean, you drop into the same level as that fucking KKK guy if you fucking killed somebody because
I mean, but then the difference was that they have the power. You don't. So even if you say, man, you cracker, you look like milk, you look like bread, all that kind of stuff, you're not coming from a place of power that they have. And racism is a system of power and authority and supremacy.
Now, the thing about that is that when you talk about that complex, it doesn't follow the actual definition, because I feel like people are overcomplicating a simple definition. The definition in the dictionary for racism is when one person feels superior to the other. Systematic racism is what you're talking about. Systematic racism is when a system is created that basically enforces racism. Because racism at the basic level, anybody's capable of that. Racism at the systematic level, only a few are capable of that. And as we see in this current world, that would be white people, and they've done that on a global scale. And they've done it at such a global scale, it's almost like one of the most genius things that's been done in this world. You know, kind of like where in the movie The Usual Suspects, basically where they said the concept that the smartest thing that Kaiser Soze did was basically make people think that he never existed. I mean, it's the same thing with systematic racism. Make people think that it doesn't exist, even though it's all around us, like oxygen.
Okay, so actually, let me bring in Corey into this question, man. Thoughts on Pan-Africanism. So, Corey, what are your thoughts on Pan-Africanism?
Yeah, I love Pan-Africanism. I think that anything that will give a little child, African descent child, pride in their. I think I said this last time. Pride in your heritage, pride in your culture, pride in your identity. Knowing the exact, knowing the history of your people and the accomplishments of your people does wonders for your self-esteem. It allows you to not be affected by when people call you the N-word, when people say stuff about stereotypical things about Black folks, when people say you guys will never do anything, it protects you from that. So Pan-Africanism, is a wonderful movement. But as far as my perspective as an African American, I've always thought that African Americans are doing better staying in America. We do more good for everybody, for all the Black people in the world by staying in the States.
So why do you believe that? So why do you believe that African Americans can do better in America rather than coming with other Africans, Caribbeans, and basically building and merging the Afro-Caribbean community, as opposed to
right, as opposed to everybody, all the black people staying within their respective countries and doing it that way. I mean, you don't really need a physical country, I would say, to be able to be connected with people. You don't need you don't need to all be inside of the same border to be connected with people, to share money with people, to share information and education with people, and to grow and build with people. I mean, there's no absolute reason why Black business owners can't connect with Caribbean business owners and African business owners and Brazilian business owners and things like that, and make moves that way. So, I think Pan-Africanism 2.0 should be looked at as not we need to be all within the same borders, but we need to all get together who all share the same ideology, the same culture, the same the same values and things like that. Get together, share our money, share our ideas, and I'm sure something great will come from that. So,
all right. So, what about you, Sam? Thoughts on Pan-Africanism? Sam.
Pan-Africanism is an interesting concept. The big issue, though, is geography when it comes down to it, because when people talk about Pan-Africanism, they're basically talking about making the African nation state into one, and that's near impossible, because you've got to, not only do you have to unite individual countries that have
different cultures, different views, different ideas.
I mean, like, look at Nigeria. I mean, like, the issue with Biafrans, with the North and the South. I mean, they already got issues, and then you're gonna have to throw in like a ton of tribes I'm gonna say tribes, a ton of factions that have to work together, and then on top of that, you got to separate regions, like East and North Africans have problems with the rest of Africa, and South Africans think they better than everybody else. I mean, all of those, and then the other point of like having a unified currency, it would just be I think people don't realize how big of a continent Africa is. Africa is not like Europe. I mean, the entire EU can fit in the Sahara Desert. The entire Western Europe, like everything west of like Germany, could fit in the entire Sahara Desert. Africa is the second largest continent in the world. Technically, by straight up landmass, if you don't split up Russia,
it's probably, I think Africa may be a lot bigger than what the map says, man. Because who drew the map? That's a whole different thing. Because many people who've flown over Africa say, no, it's a lot bigger than what that map says it is. So
it's a huge the fact is that it's a huge continent, and everything from geography to culture and ethnic groups would make it an impossibility. People don't realize that there are those smaller elements that would prevent it from happening. And it's just, and I mean, right now, I mean, the countries in Africa are trying to actually get themselves before the entire continent gets themselves on the same page.
All right. Brown, thoughts on Pan-Africanism?
It's an interesting movement. I don't believe that you need it to, like, to Corey's point earlier, I don't believe you need it to have, well, some people may, but I personally don't find the need to bolster my self-esteem with a movement. I'm proud of who I am because of who I am. I don't need a movement to be proud to be in my skin. Or, people drop N-bombs all the time. I dust my shoulder. It goes back to not being upset about every time someone says or does something that you don't like. And I'm not saying that that's what Corey was getting at. I'm just making a point of, I feel like it's something that they want brothers and sisters to get into, but I feel like it's like, to me, it comes off as like the evolution of that one dude in the hood who always sold bean pies to everybody. It was always trying to be like preaching to you about your roots, get everyone together. I don't want people to get so busy trying to create freaking Wakanda that they don't look at what we have here already. I want America to be the shining beacon to Black people around the world.
But to your point, can it be with America that how America is, how it was built, who runs it, this system? Can you have that America be that beacon of where a Black man can have as much autonomy as a white man in America?
Not really, but where can you anywhere that's not? I mean, I'd posit that even those countries that are 100% Black are not 100% Black when it comes to the power elite, because all of the real money ties back to a European nation or America. I mean, some may argue that's not the case, but as far as I know, even the dictators and all the people who amassed real wealth all have their money in offshore accounts because their countries are, because it's more stable, I should say, right? So at the end of the day, you will only ever have as much power as the power elite allow. We only got the civil rights movement because LBJ and the power elite deemed it time for it to happen. JFK wanted it to happen. Country wasn't ready yet. It was then given the chance when they realized that they had to give us something because what's happening now was about to happen then. So make us feel like we won to make us back off. But at the same time, like I said, no, I don't think that it's necessary to create a nation for all Black people. I think that's a fairy tale. I think, even to Sam's point, there's too many different subcultures where people who don't like one group, Black people who don't like one group of Black people because of X reason or Y reason. There are tribes that have been killing each other since dawn of time, right now in Africa, right? Just like Native Americans have the same deal. Certain tribes just don't like other tribes. So why are we pretending that all of a sudden, oh, hey, you're Black like me, let's be super friends? It's not going to happen. There's always going to be people having petty differences and letting that affect the movement. Black folks here we're looked at differently around the world, to the point Ray was making earlier. We're looked at differently around the world because we're American. We need to use that instead of trying to run away from it. We need to embrace it. We need to run with it. We need to make it work for us. That's just my take on it.
Okay.
Can I just maybe make a follow-up question to that? How do you feel about your white Americans who beat their chest and go on and on about their European heritage, and a lot of these unofficial, not national parades or celebrations or holidays, but unofficial, because we have holidays and parades and festivals in my city and in my state that can be tied back to Europe. America is a very Eurocentric country. It's so Eurocentric that it doesn't even notice it in some ways. So I think as African Americans, we have to make sure that we instill cultural pride in our kids, because if we don't, then the default culture will be imprinted on our kids.
What is our culture? Like, which culture would we celebrate? From what part of Africa?
I mean, that's something that we don't know because of the history. I mean,
How can we celebrate something that we don't know?
Brown. So my question to you is, if, let's say, there was an opportunity for you to find out what your African roots were, would you make a serious, conscious, asserted effort to find those African roots and help to connect with that culture, like what the Irish do, like what the Italians do? Like, because America doesn't exist. America is a mixture of Irish, Italian,
Mexican,
German,
Chinese, and Indian, and they all have connections to their roots.
Yeah, that's fine.
Wait.
It's like it's a myth.
That's fine.
I gotta jump in. Like, a lot of people, because one thing that a lot of you guys, even Corey, I've been going back and forth with Corey on this, but majority of Americans, white or Black, like a lot of them, especially nowadays, don't really like tie that close to their heritage.
Not at all.
Pockets of the U.S. Like, if you go to like most of the U.S., like there's generations of like white, Black, Asian Americans. There's second, third generation, fourth generation. For the Blacks, it's like 10th generation, and for whites, like 10th, 11th generation that no longer have a culture. They're just Americans. And you're seeing this a lot of this is spawning up in Middle America, Texas. Like, I mean, really only the coastal areas are like still tied to their like heritage. I mean, you should go to like Michigan, where like, yeah, they do have a couple ties with the Germans and shit, but like there's plenty of Americans who are just like who have no identity other than being American.
Our holidays are very European, Sam.
Well,
the origins of our holidays are very European.
Well, yeah, but at the same time, you have people coming here who tell their children they slap them if they speak any language but English so that they could assimilate. And that's the real of it. Like I have a lot of my friends here in Texas who are of Mexican descent who don't speak Spanish, not a lick of it. And it's because they weren't allowed to. You have some Asian communities who it's the same thing. The children speak English and have to explain stuff to their parents, but they're not. It's not as the emphasis isn't there anymore after like 1 or 2 generations, like it was when they came over there. They took their pride and et cetera, et cetera. I get what you're saying, but at the same time, other groups, and maybe it's because they take it for granted because they've always known, right? But the only people I hear really harping on that, you got to go back, you got to find out your roots. Those other groups just go back. They don't have to have the whole pep talk before they go back. They don't have to encourage their kids to go back. They just go back. Most of my Indian friends go to India once or twice a year. Guaranteed they're back in India once or twice a year.
Well, I mean, I guess I'm just saying that, like, you know, Christopher Columbus, or I should say, in schools, Frederick Douglass, MLK, Rosa Parks, you know, Benjamin Banneker, all these things were glossed over. And I think that part of Pan-Africanism is to teach your kids a little extra, you know, to teach your kids just a little bit more about their culture and their heritage. Doesn't mean you have to sell bean pies. Doesn't mean you got to be soul brother number one or anything like that. But I mean, I'm just saying that if you leave it up to the people who run America, let's just call them that instead of saying white people. If you leave it up to the people who run America, they are not going to instill that kind of useful information into your child.
Yeah, but I mean, here's the thing: you got to remember who you're talking about when you say that, right? Back home, they, you know, it's kind of a slur, but it's not. They call them waspy, right? Those are the people, like the New England wasp. Those are the people who are, and it doesn't matter where you're from. You could be white as well, but just like Irish or Italian, and they'll be the one saying, "Why do you have to be so ethnic? Why do you have to bring up that Italian stuff? Why do you have to?" Because they don't emphasize culture in and of themselves, because their culture is high society,
The mainstream.
America. Yeah, well, no,
Their culture is the mainstream.
Yeah, and their culture is American. Like their roots. They say their roots start. Our family's been here since 16 whatever, you know, and that's the kind of stuff they do. But my point to you is just, I don't think I hear what you're saying. I get it. They tried to say it's not Black history, it's American history. You know, I get it, right? Like, I understand all of that. But there's people who learned more in the threads that we've been sharing, you know, post George Floyd. There's people who learned more about Black American history in those threads than they have in schools. This is true. But we also, again, live in an age where the sum total of knowledge of the human species is available in your pocket, and people don't give a shit enough to look. So if someone really wanted to know about the contributions of Black people to this country, if that was really a thing for them, they would go after the knowledge. You can't say, well, we need to have a whole movement toward this. The people who are going to join that movement are the people who were always interested in the first place. Most of those people are going to be joiners, people who just have to be part of something. And at the end of the day, I just feel like that shit's corny. I'm sorry, it's corny. And look at the dude who's the main person saying it. He's not even practicing what he's preaching. He's been called out. Umar's been called out several times about what he does in his personal life. After he spends a day preaching about what we should do, he doesn't do it himself. So I don't get down with that. I think you love who you love and whatever have you. And people were really out of line calling him out for having, you know, for his wife's race and whatever have you. That's none of their business. But I understand the point that they're making too. You're making money off of peddling this, like you said, soul brother number one shit. I'm sitting here basically listening to a real life Huey Freeman, and meanwhile he's doing dirt behind. He's doing the same dirt that he's shaking a finger at brothers to. It's the same shit Candace Owens does to a certain extent. He's peddling what the black empowerment folks want to hear, because he knows they'll eat it up. They'll buy his books. They'll be on the corner like the 5%ers yelling at us about betraying our heritage.
I mean, even ML King has some hoes, bro. I mean, like, what kind of man do you want him to be? I mean, if his message is correct,
I want his message to. I'm sorry to talk over you, bro. I just want his message to. I want his. Here's the thing. There's a reason why. You can't rebuke people and then do the same dirt you're yelling at them. I mean, you can, but that shit's hypocritical.
I mean, they say, okay, look at the message, not the messenger. But
no, a broken clock is wrong. Is right twice a day, but still, it's broken.
Which is fair. Okay, so wait, let me just come in. So, B, is your mic working?
It's working. I'm here. Can you hear me?
All right, cool. So B is from England. So I want to bring in an English perspective, because we've had this little America perspective, and I keep telling people that racism is global. It's not just an American thing; it's very much an English thing. And I was saying to Sam and you guys, I think Corey previously, I don't think Brown, you were here, that I say that there's a 0% chance of there being a black prime minister, let alone a non-white prime minister, a black prime minister. It's impossible. So basically, so B, two questions for you. The first question is, where is England racially right now in 2020 as opposed to black people, and how black people can operate in England? And the second question is this one here: your thoughts on Pan-Africanism?
Okay. So firstly, what I'd like to say is to the other guys in the conversation, I believe there is something called African ancestry in America, where they will test your DNA and try to find out where you are from in Africa and try to find out what tribe you belong to. I think it's really important that you know your culture and you know where you're from. I mean this with no disrespect, but I don't think there is anything such as an African American or a Black British. I think there are Africans in America and Black people in Britain.
That's an interesting
secondly.
Okay. All right. Okay.
By the way, I like your accent. It's really sexy.
Okay.
Wow, we're not here for that.
Okay. No. Guys.
But thank you.
We're not in the club. We're not in the club. So we still just to talk specifically on the racism within England, then jump on to Pan-Africanism.
Okay, so in terms of the racism in England, I think it's just as strong as the racism in America, but in America they are more overtly racist. It's more obvious in America. They say it and they do it with their chest. Here, it's more microaggressions. It's more subtle. But here, I struggle with it more because I think in America, you know what you're dealing with. In the UK, you would drive yourself crazy not knowing why they treat you the way they treat you within your workplace, within schools or college. I just want to make it clear that I am biracial. I am mixed race. My mother is Black. My father is white. I have experienced heavy racism living in Britain my whole life. The second question was on Pan-Africanism. And what I say with that is that it is a great idea. It sounds lovely, but it's on such a grand scale. We have to start small, just within our own communities first, and then work our way up.
Okay. So actually, before I come to Raymond, because it's something that I sort of asked from everyone, and you went here for it, since we're sort of like a bit older than some of like our younger viewers here, like what would be your advice for younger Black people and their fights for racism, what advice would you give them based on your experience of fighting? So what should they do? How should they sort of navigate themselves in this world with them sort of protesting and so forth?
So if I'm
Firstly,
understanding the
most importantly, is to know yourself. Know yourself and know your history and know your roots. It's so important. I was extremely lucky that I have a strong Black mother who was an incredible role model, who taught me about my culture, who took me back to the West Indies several times, and she let me know who I am and where I am from. Even being biracial, my mum never, ever let me believe that I am not Black, that I am more beautiful, that I am more desirable in any way. I know myself. I don't see myself. I think, you know, HH, you and I have had this conversation where you say to me, well, aren't mixed race people supposed to be the saviors? And I've said to you, and I'm going to make it clear now, absolutely not, because there was a bus, and on one side there were whites, on the other side there were Blacks. There was no sitting in the middle of the bus or standing. I definitely wasn't sitting on the white side, and I had a space for me on the Black side. I remember that. You need to also remember that I also would have been a slave. I may have been in the house and you in the field, but I would have been a slave. We would have been living in the same quarters. Your mother may have been my mother. You would have been my brother, and I would have been your sister. Know yourself. Stop separating ourselves by shades and colors. That's very important. So knowing yourself, and also we have to set the bar collectively together. We need to stop trying to live the American dream, because the American dream is not for you. It was not built for Black people. Stop having that be your bar. Also in Britain, you know, over here, we set trends. We go about our day-to-day lives. They embrace our culture. They take our culture. They put a stamp on it to say it's okay. Then they sell it back to us at a higher price and we buy into it. We have to stop doing that. We have to set the bars for ourselves and stop looking at white people and saying, we want to be accepted by you. No, we're demanding respect from you. Because then what we're saying is that they are godly like, and we seek to be like them. Absolutely not. So when we're protesting, we have to know ourselves, know our space, know that we are one, and know that we're setting a new bar now. And it's our own.
Okay. I want to come to Rainbow now. And Rainbow, I want to give you two questions because there was one question that came through. So the first question is your thoughts on Pan-Africanism. But also, B raised something very interesting that says African American doesn't exist. That term doesn't exist. It's a myth. Black British doesn't exist. It's a myth. We're all just Africa. So your thoughts on those two things. First things, thoughts on Pan-Africanism, and thoughts that African American is just a myth that was thrown and created for you in America.
So I would say the first one, usually when I engage people on the topic, I first ask them to tell me what Pan-Africanism means when they use it. Because I early on would find myself getting into a lot of debates. And then halfway through the debate, I'd be like, wait a minute. When you use the term, what does it mean? So I wasted a lot of time. So now on the front side, I ask people, what does Pan-Africanism mean when they ask? And what I find is for some people, it's an economic idea. It's a way of taking control of your own resources and your own, being self-aware. For others, it's more like a personal history and a personal connection. So I am not aware of a universal definition for Pan-Africanism. Having said that, within all the definitions I'm usually presented, none of them personally offend me, but at the same time, none of them are mine. And that kind of leads into your second question. I'm okay someone else who hasn't lived my life or my family's life feeling that African American's not real. That's not offensive at all. When they need me to agree with them that that's a fact, that's when they hella crazy. Because saying that African American is not real is the equivalent of me going to a Muslim country and saying that Islam is not real because I don't believe in Allah. I'll tell you this right now. I lived in, when I went to a country that was an Islamic country, I do not practice that faith. But I'm going to tell you this right now. When I was on the ground, Allah had power. Listen to what I'm saying. I don't practice that faith. I don't believe in that God. But when you're on the ground in a nation surrounded by people who do believe it, Allah has power. So someone telling me that African American is not real when I live in a world surrounded by people who believe it is, sure, it's a fantasy. It's made up. I'm a scientist. We talk about the fact there's nothing scientific relating melanin to your physical structure or your brain. We all know the science. That don't change the fact that Black matters. Notice I didn't say Black lives matter. Black matters. I live in a world where we tell children that races are real, but the color of your skin doesn't matter. Bullshit. Race is not real. Science has proven that. But the color of my skin absolutely matters. And I didn't want it to. My mother didn't want it to. My father didn't want it to. Their parents didn't want it to. But it did. It shaped this nation. It shaped my bloodlines. So I try to understand where people are coming from it. But in order to take them in whole, I basically have to deny my entire life experience and take what they say on faith. I had to deny the evidence, as James Baldwin would say. I had to deny the evidence and just operate purely on faith in order to take that whole lock stock.
So, okay, so, but very quickly.
I want to jump in because, like, what she just said is, like, I'm sorry, that's bullshit. That is fucking bullshit because, like,
I don't get told I said bullshit very often. You have my attention, sir.
I'm like, I have no filter. Like, the thing is, I have no fucking filter. But, like, yo, when somebody tells me that I'm an African in America, like, yo, my dad's Nigerian. I've been to Africa numerous fucking times. Yeah, I do have the cult. I do have that as a part of me, as a part of my culture. I buried my father in Nigeria back in 2014. Went back in 2015. Went there between 1983 all the way up to 1999 every summer. And the thing about this is that my culture is American. I am an African American. I fully embrace that because that is what I know. That is what I grew up in. That's how I feel. That's how the people around me feel. That's the country I decided to sign a contract for under the U.S. military, and that is what I subscribe to. I stand at the national anthem. I mean, despite all this other crap with like racism, yeah, there is a lot of racism. But the thing was that African Americans and other African Americans like me have fought for rights in that country, and we're gonna get a piece of ours, and we're gonna continue fighting. So we're gonna consider ourselves African Americans, with emphasis on America. With emphasis on America.
But see, Sam, see, that's where I wanted to go to. I was even going to ask Ray, what are you more of, African American or American? Because if you're in America, your forefathers built the city. Aren't you just American? Where does the African American come through? You're an American citizen. I'm an American. So are you more African American or just more American?
I'm more American because Americans are only 4% of the world. So when I said that earlier, when I leave America, I get treated like an American. So 96% of the world treats me like an American. Only 4% of the world doesn't treat me like an American. And unfortunately, they live in America.
Absolutely. That's the thing, because like, here's the deal. When I go to Nigeria, all my relatives, my cousins, my dada, my dad, my dada, they all treat me like they all treat me like I'm the American cousin. I'm the American son of Chief. That's how they treat me.
When I'm in Ecuador, I'm not black. Even though they call me Negrito, I'm not black. It's a term of endearment. Shoot, I remember the first time I went to Italy and some white girls were chasing me down the beach and they were going, Negrito, Negrito. And I'm like, man, we about to fight. And my buddy's like, no, that means they want to party with you, bro. He goes, no. So I am more American than African American. I live in America, so there's an adverse impact to being African American that America created that I am fighting. I am fighting to remove the negative aspect of being African in America so I can just be fully American. Because I'll tell you this right now, you don't got Irish people running around saying there's no such thing as Irish American, only Irish in America. Because in fact, I'll tell you another story. I had a buddy from Italy come visit me here. And some girls, they're like, oh, we're Italian American too. He goes, yeah, we're from, our people are from Italy. And he says, yeah. And he starts speaking in Italian and they didn't know what he was saying. He's like, so you don't speak any Italian? He's like, okay, fine. Where are your people from? They're like, oh, we don't know. He's like, you're not Italian. He just turned his back on them. And so it's not enough to, so you can't say that. You can't say I'm an Italian and American and not speak no damn Italian. The same way, even though I can trace my genetics back to West Africa, I'll tell you this right now, while I feel I would be loved and appreciated, I doubt I could just pull up to an area and say, hey, where are my people's stuff at? I doubt that would be set up that way. It would have to be me finding, and then even if I did find my people, you cannot guarantee me I will be accepted by those specific people. It would be a moment of me hoping I'm accepted. It would be me hoping I like them even, because we don't know each other. So I think I understand the spirit of the statement, but I think that is an attempt to extrapolate a specific type of personal experience over to most Black people. Because if I heard correctly, it was interracial parents, a mother that took the person back to the West Indies. That is not the typical African in America story. Most of us didn't have that. Like, yes, we're slaves, but our family members that weren't captured, they'd come visit and tell us about our people. We didn't get that. We didn't get that. Yeah, both sides of the family are from Mississippi, coming up hard through generations. But every now and then we saved up enough money and sent one family member to Africa. Shit, we weren't allowed to travel most of the time. There's a book called The Green Book. We couldn't even drive around the country, let alone leave it. That's why you have your jazz players during the 40s and 50s. They talked about leaving America, Josephine Baker and all them, and not wanting to come back. That's the reason for this. So I think I understand the spirit of the comment, but I'm not sure if it really applies to the African American story.
All right, and what about you, Corey? Do you fully identify with the African American term, or do you fight more as being American? Or what is your view on the sort of African American label?
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the guys, but in a way, I feel that my mind is American, but I feel like my soul is African American. If that makes sense. When I travel, I'm an American first and foremost. In place that I go to, I notice how American I am when I'm overseas and I'm around other Americans. I'm like, damn, like white or Black, we do have a similar way we act and similar upbringing, and we can relate to each other on a lot of things. But so I do, in those type of situations, I feel American. I feel a kinship to all Americans, But when I'm home, I spend most of my free time around other African Americans. Like I said in the last podcast, I'm not a second generation or anything like that, third generation guy. I'm a typical African American. My family's been in the country since the beginning. The older I get, the more I feel comfortable. The more I feel comfortable around my own people. You know, the older I get, the more comfortable I feel dating women who are like me. The older I get, things like legacy and keeping the culture becomes more important to me, like every other ethnicity in the country, like Chinese and Jews and Cubans and Indians and so forth. You know, I work with and I hang with Americans of all races, you know, but, you know, when I'm talking about music or movies or the food that I like or the fashion styles or the trends that I like, it's usually with another African American, or at the very least, a white guy who grew up around African Americans, you know?
Okay. So before we take another question, so sort of back to B then. Do you, just based off then the kind of responses you've had from everyone, I mean, do you sort of change your view towards the term African American based on the kind of responses that you've had from them? B. Right now, I think her mic is still mute. So let's take this, and maybe this is going to sort of round off. What are the laws that need to be changed? What are the laws that need to be changed moving forward? And what laws do you think can be changed moving forward? So to Sam, what are the laws that need to be changed to sort of like move things forward and sort of make things better?
When it's overall laws, I mean, pretty much it's a lot of policy in terms of things that cause, I would say mandatory minimum sentences would be one of the major ones I would talk about, because a lot of mass incarceration in the US and a lot of that has led to that. I would also get rid of the 3-strike rule. The 3-strike rule is like another thing. Mandatory minimum sentences and the 3-strike rule are the big reason why a lot of Black American men are in jail right now, and for long extended sentences. In addition to that, I would do federal decriminalization of all narcotics and decriminalization up to a certain amount per drug, and that's basically everything all the way up to like meth and ecstasy and PCP. While the drug use is the same, it'll benefit the entire country. Not only that, but it'll also reduce the drug trade, because the fact that drugs are decriminalized, it'll take out a significant amount of the violent element of the drug trade, because a lot of like things that have happened in the past, like post civil rights movement, has been because of the war on drugs, which is a failed endeavor. But those are like, that would be the surface. I mean, there's a couple other things, but those are like the major ones I'd cover.
So what about you, Brown? What are the laws that need to be changed, Brown?
Well, there's already been reform with, like you said, drug laws, like the Rockefeller drug laws, for example, like the, you know, mandatory minimum sentencing. That needs to obviously be changed. We need to put justice back in the hands of the judges. So first they made it so that they basically could arrest shit tons more of us for what are relatively minor infractions. Then they complained that we were overwhelming the court system, so then they created the mandatory minimums. And then they complained that it's not fair to just sentence somebody and ruin their whole life without actually giving them a fair sentencing, just in the name of cranking out cases. So that needs to definitely change. Personally, I'd like to see an audit by outside agencies for all law enforcement agencies that have had a substantial number of complaints from the general public, minorities in particular. Kind of not unlike what happened with the situation in Ferguson, where they were found to be actually targeting the Black community after outside investigation went in and looked at it. I don't think that was a bad thing. I think that we actually need more of that. We also need to talk about the folks who are still in jail, even though marijuana is not illegal where they are anymore. They've been effectively grandfathered into jail. You were in there beforehand, so there's no point in releasing you, even though it's not illegal anymore. I think just in general, we need to take a look at statistics, and if there are crimes where blacks and whites are accused of the same crime, but whites get off at a higher percentage, or I should say, are just not prosecuted at all for the same crime, we need to look at reform around the laws around those particular crimes. And I'm talking about like possession stuff like that. I'm not talking about like hard crimes like murder or anything like that. I'm talking mostly drug-related crimes. I saw something where someone said crimes where there are no victims shouldn't be considered crimes. Like if you're smoking and minding your own business, you shouldn't necessarily do time for that or be held accountable for that, or any drug of your choice. I don't necessarily co-sign the whole part of that argument. I think it has merit. But I think we need to stop pretending that the war on drugs was a real thing. I think we need to be real about it was kabuki for the purposes of taxing drug dealers who wouldn't play ball with the U.S. government. But it is what it is. I'm just tired of seeing lives ruined over dumb shit. And people say it all the time, well, just don't smoke weed or don't carry drugs, don't sell drugs or whatever have you. And there's merit to that as well. But I don't think a first-time offender should get 3 years at the same time. I think they should have the chance to correct their course. But that's about it. I mean, honestly, for the most part, big things like stop and frisk were already looked at. Actually, I would like all states to have changes to their stop and identify laws. Like here, I don't have to show a policeman my identification unless he suspects me of a crime or is responding to me as being a part of a crime. I don't have to show him shit. He can ask, but I can tell him to kick rocks. Now, I choose not to do that because I don't want to. I know how fragile police egos are most of the time, and if you refuse, they take that as a challenge. But I think more brothers need to. We need to have reviews on what actually consists of, what resisting arrest actually consists of, and when a man has to actually present his identification to police. And we need something on a national level for that, because it's not the same for everyone in every state, and it needs to be. But that's about it for me.
Okay. So what about you, Corey? Just in general, laws that need to be changed in general.
In general, yeah, I agree with all the same things Sam and Brown said, the last guy. But I also would say that we have a lot of laws in place already that have been in place for a very long time. State and local governments, have tried to fight the federal government at every step of the way. And pretty much since the end of the Civil War, we've been playing this game of cat and mouse game between the federal and state governments to make sure the country upholds to its ideals. I think besides what Sam and Brown already said, I think the biggest thing that needs to change isn't actually the laws, but instead we need to have the good white people, white people of morality in the country need to speak up to the white male lawmakers and law enforcement and their family to tell them to if you want to be part of this country and have the country uphold to the ideals that we were founded on and be the same for everybody, then you need to treat people a certain way. The bail bond system, which benefits people with money and harms people without money, of course, that's kind of fucked up. The penitentiary system, like the brother mentioned before, that needs to be overhauled and changed. You have people going to jail for longer sentences for powder coke or for crack cocaine than powder cocaine. Things like that always need to be changed. But I think This idea that if you just behave and do what white people tell us to do, then we'll get left alone and everything like that. That doesn't work. It's not true. Laws don't change the hatred in people's hearts. Any real meaningful change will be from good white people who are correcting bad behavior that they see. You know what I'm saying? The laws are already in place. We shouldn't need more laws to stop racist people in the country. Because they'll always find a way around these laws. I think that we should be instead focusing on reforming these, using white people to reform these bad white people, using good white people to reform these bad white people, if that's even possible.
All right, and what about you, Raymond? Laws that need to be changed.
I don't focus on the symptoms. I focus on the source. So it's not. I don't want to change broken things. I don't want to spend my whole life chasing broken shit that you keep making. I want to figure out why you keep making broken shit. So instead of focusing on fixing laws, why don't you look at the machine that's turning them out? So what I would say do is kind of what we're doing in the data science community. When we build an algorithm, we make a list of all the different populations and we analyze by population how it affects them. So if we build an algorithm and it recommends to put more Black people in jail than white people, even though they do the same thing, we investigate if there is a valid reason for doing that. And if there's not, we don't use the algorithm. Right now, most of our laws are made by inputs of what people call crime statistics. Here's a little secret for everyone. We don't have any crime statistics. Zero. We have zero crime statistics. We have reported crime statistics. So yes, if you only send cops on the Black side of town looking for drugs, that's the only place you'll find them. So I often tell people, give me cops and allow them to kick in doors at the white college. I promise you, I will get you some white drug use statistics that match or exceed Black drug use. I have the idea where you look at things based on what the data is, but you cook the books. You fake the data. If we have cops saying that they tried to follow drugs into certain sides of town and they weren't allowed to continue the investigation. Even when I was in the military, we'd be tracing bad guys, but the moment that bad guy had a ranking family member in the politicals, we couldn't continue the investigation. We couldn't continue forward. Let's look at these things that are shaping who we go after and who we don't. Because if law enforcement is allowed to go at everybody evenly, I guarantee you the public as a whole will start caring about these laws. War on drugs was really just a Black issue. It was really just affecting Black folks with the crime side. So it was really us mainly caring. Had that law required the police to police all parts of town, instead of assuming that some parts of town are better than others, force them to actually do it, I probably would have been white and Black people running around saying, we don't like war on drugs, which is why you can say this for all the laws. How the person said, well, you know what? Yeah, if the Black person doesn't want to go to jail, don't do weed. Wrong answer. Black person should be able to do weed just like the white person and not expect to get caught, or they should both expect to go to jail. If there's a difference between them, we need to find out why. Why is one okay to use drugs and not expect jail time and one is? So it's not so much the laws are the problem. If you want to send people to jail for drugs, fine. Send everyone who does drugs to jail. Send them all to jail. If you don't like that, stop making that stupid law. Right now, we have this setup where you can make laws. You might not write, this is for Black people, but if you only police in Black areas, yes, it's for Black people. So shut down the behavior and the misapplication law.
Okay, no, that is fair. That is fair, man. So B, is your mic working there? B.
Yeah, hello, I'm here.
All right, cool. So actually, so I wanted just to trace back to the previous question before this. So obviously, you sort of had what everyone's view was towards why they still believe that they are African American and they still believe and live in that truth of being African American. So from what everyone said, do you still sort of now have maybe an understanding as to why they live within being called African Americans rather than Africans in America? Or
Oh, I completely understand it, and I've never not understood it. But I don't know about you, HH, but from the outside looking in, it looks like for instance, South America is America, but they want to build a wall. Do you get what I mean? It's like how I'm looking at it is the way Black people have been treated in America, the hundreds of years of slavery, the many, almost hundreds of years of segregation, and now still the oppression. I'm not saying that they are not, I don't want to take anything away from them as being African, of African descent, being born into America, but being African American, how could you, it's like the way I see it, they don't accept you. They don't accept you. It's not even overt racism in America for me. From the outside looking in, it's terrorism. There are white people there that want to kill Black people because they are Black. That is terrorism. That's how I see it. I completely understand their points, and I don't want to take anything away from them in terms of their experiences and some of the great things that have happened in history for Black people born in America. But I don't know how I would feel and if I would want to identify as American if I lived there.
okay, so
I guess I
On the
want to just
basis of
match
how
the
they
two.
were treated.
I just want to match the two here. I agree with you. There's people actively trying to kill me. But here's what I'm noticing. I got white people in America trying to tell me who and what I am. And I have mixed race people telling me who I am. So from where I stand, I have two people disrespecting me, looking from the outside in, telling me how I should see the world instead of asking me how I see the world. At that level, I agree with you, they have a more extreme, but from where I'm sitting, I see a world of people who don't know my path, don't really have a lot of interest in asking me about it, and telling me that based on what they see from the outside, this is what they think I should be seeing and doing. So for me, it's the same.
I actually agree with Raymond on that, because in a lot of cases, like, it'll be everything. Like there's this group that me and Corey are on, where it's like a bunch of like expats that live in Stuttgart, Germany. You'll see like these expats from like Eastern Europe or from Spain trying to talk about like Black Americans in America. Like, I'm like, who the fuck are you? You don't know anything about America.
Absolutely.
That's the thing. It's the same, and I feel the same way about it doesn't matter who you are. Like, if you're an African and you try to talk about Black people in America, like, who are you? You don't know anything about me.
Of course, and I completely agree with you, and that's why I just wanted to say what I just said, because I want to make it clear that this is not me trying to tell you, it's just my opinion. So I have to make it clear that that's my viewpoint on it, being British, living in Britain.
I understand. It's
so
it's
that's
all
why I
good.
said to you, I mean it with absolutely no disrespect, and I've had these conversations before. At one point in my life, I was dating a black guy from America who was in the Air Force, and we clashed on these conversations because I didn't understand. But of course, he wouldn't understand where I'm coming from, and I would never understand where he's coming from. So it's not me trying to tell you. And if you felt that way, I completely apologize. It's just my viewpoint.
No,
Okay.
you're all good. You're all good.
Yes, okay, so just for this, so this one here. So what are the laws that need to be changed, and what laws can be changed in order for Black people to be able to sort of move forward, either within England or in a global context?
I agree with what the other guy was saying. I'm sorry, I haven't really taken in names correctly, but it's broken. It needs to be completely. It needs to start from the ground up again. It's completely broken. I can't even go in onto laws in America. I don't know them properly, and even the laws here, you don't know them. You just see the effects of them. So you just know cases of, for instance, black boys here will have longer convictions for minor crimes. That's something that's happening all the time. How do you fix that? The law is the law. Is it the law, or is it the judge that's sitting in the seat that sentences him?
You got a point, B. You got a point with that, because that goes more into what Corey's saying, and that's the thing. The law is the law, but it comes down to morality, and it comes down to bias,
and also who also makes the laws as well.
Yeah,
I guess we have technology now. We're already doing it in states like Florida. We can see in real time bias. We can see how the judges are voting by the ethnicity. We can analyze that in real time, and we can engage it. So, yes, 50 years ago, you're absolutely right. We didn't have the technology. But now we can say, if everything is even, then you should expect even sentencing. But you're not seeing that. Hold them directly accountable, which is what they're beginning to do in Florida.
Yeah.
Hold them
Because over here,
I don't need to care about your heart. I don't care about your heart. I'm looking at the statistics, and statistically, you are an outlier along race in your verdicts. There's no explanation for it. We don't have to focus on the why. Let's just focus on the what. If you are an outlier 2 and 3 times based on race, you go. You don't need to be a judge no more. We don't need to figure out why. Go hire a therapist. That'll help you figure out why.
Okay, so I think this is probably a really good one to sort of round this all up, is because again, I'm always looking at solutions, ways of going forward. Because what I always say to people is that, okay, don't keep getting mad, don't keep getting angry, don't just protest for the sake of protesting. Have a solution, have an end game. So say, what's economic developments you all would like to see in the Black community? So I just to kick this off, and I'll obviously go around the room, is, I think the first thing is education, man. Before you even go into the specifics of economic developments, I just think is get yourself educated. And the thing now is that when this isn't the 90s anymore, this is the 2000s. So you can't say, well, I'm not in the right schools. I don't have the internet. The access to information is right at your fingertips. So you can.
I just interject there, HH, and can I just say something that I've been coming across lately is that I've been trying to educate myself more with Black history across the board. But how do you educate yourself? Okay, of course, the internet is there and there's books there. But if it's been whitewashed and a lot of it is lies, then how do we educate ourselves correctly?
There are basically, I think
that's where a lot of people get lost and get
no. You see, it is a lot. It is true that is a stumbling block, but it is a lot easier to find truthful information now than it was when I was in school. Because when I was in school, when there was no internet, all I could see was the whitewashed history and the whitewashed education. And me as a young dude, I didn't know no better. So I found out about slavery watching Roots. I wasn't taught slavery in any of these schools. I found out about slavery watching films. None of it was in the education. So most of the stuff that I found about the history of Africa, the history of slavery and so forth, was through speaking to people, watching films, watching documentaries outside of the curriculum. And I think that this is the most informed age. Hence why I just say the younger generation, which I was saying to the people when I went to the BLM protest on Saturday, I scanned through and I was fascinated by how young the people were. And I think we spoke about this like a few hours ago. The younger people have something that we didn't have when we were their age, which is the access to information, and they're far more critical than we were. Like so many generations before, we just accept, sponge. But younger kids now is like, no, wait a minute. Are you sure? Oh, true. What? So it is a far more critical age that will question, which is what Ray said, question everything. So Ray, you don't even need to say that to these young guys. They already do it. these young guys, they question everything, you know,
When they
because
say they don't trust me, I say right answer.
yeah. So I think that's going back to this whole thing. Then I want to kick it to Sam is educate yourselves, and inform yourselves. And the information is out there, and also obviously to what B is saying, verify everything. Don't just. The issue with the internet is that is there's a good and bad. The good is the ease of access to a wealth of information. The bad is there is so much misinformation out there. So it's a lot harder to sift through the crap because there's so much crap that comes at you just for clicks. So your aim is to take in that info, find out what you need, because without information, you can't have economic developments. You need information, you need knowledge in order to be like, all right, I have this knowledge, I've got this ammunition, boom, let's build. Because I'm hoping from this whole thing, Black people and Black business and so forth, we can build. So Sam, let me kick it to you. What economic developments would you like to see in the Black community? Sam.
Hold up. I thought my mic was off. But okay, so there's three that I really want to see. The first one is education. A lot of people talk about history. History is important, but history is most importantly taught at the home. What I want to see a lot more of like people in the Black community and is getting into STEM. That means getting into the hard maths and sciences. Getting people into hard math and sciences and getting them trained up on that very early. Because when you get people trained up in that early, that builds a large influx of scientists. I mean, there's a lot of guys in IT right now. There's a lot of black kids getting into IT, which that's actually a new development. And I'm very, very impressed with like a lot of the kids I'm seeing coming up. But I want to see like some guys becoming like scientists, physicists, rocket scientists, and so on. The other thing too is also, as far as pure economic development, more individual investments in the stock markets, and that means any Black person in any Black community, because there's the U.S.
But Sam, what do we invest in? How do we get rich? Sam, we know you're rich. We know you have the mansions. Tell us what we invest in so we can get the mansions you have. Please spill the beans.
I don't know. Yeah, if you were like looking in the past couple of weeks, if you like invested in oil, like you would have been like pretty much like in it, because like the Dow dropped by like 20,000 points. It was rock bottom. Now, like, I mean, a couple of the guys on here probably could tell you on how much they made. I made like $2,000, but like still, that's nothing compared to some of these guys. Yeah, but either way, I mean, looking into the markets, big things to invest in would be natural resources. Natural resources are always solid. Also, as they are on the rise, a lot of companies such as travel, like airlines were on the drop, and now they're coming back up because of the lockdowns loosening up. But moving away from that, I mean, overall developments I do want to see apart from that, I want to see more small business owners, because small business owners are going to be, as they say in the US, small business owners are the backbone of the economy, and small businesses will be the backbone of the Black community, because those will bring a Black community from being at the bottom up to different levels. And in the last discussion we had, I brought up that like even though Asian Americans are 6% of the American population, they're 30%. They're a third of like U.S. business owners, and there's a lot of places, especially after all the rioting and looting, there's a lot of like free real estate, because a lot of those business owners are going to not, small business owners that got their businesses destroyed, they're not going to come back. So that opens up opportunity for people to come in and build businesses.
All right. Brown, what about you? What economic developments would you like to see in the Black community?
I want to see a push to keep I mean, it's been said already, but I want to see a push to keep our dollars in our community. But I guess really before that can happen, we've got to stop letting our community get gentrified. Harlem's not even Harlem anymore. You know, it's Soha, ooh, ritzy. The projects across from where my family used to live in Fort Greene in Brooklyn, they started moving out families, black folks who've been there since forever, which that's its own problem. We'll talk about another time. But, you know, families who've been there since forever got bumped out. They gutted the projects and turned them into condos and co-ops, I'm sorry. So it's really hard to have, I guess it's hard, getting harder to have black-owned businesses in black communities because the communities are disappearing. And I think before we attack the problem of finance in the black community, we have to maintain a black community from jump. Because while I'll travel to spend my dollars properly, it really burns my ass that you can't support the neighborhood drugstore owned by Mr. Cooper, you know, the old black guy who used to give you a lollipop, because he's gone and they replaced it with a fucking Starbucks. And you know, they had that whole door-to-door campaign back in Brooklyn. Don't sell grandma's brownstone. And a lot of folks just took the payday, and now they're complaining about the neighborhood's gone. This is why you have Karens moving into the neighborhood complaining about the noise, and about, like, there's that woman who complained about the steel drums playing all night in her neighborhood in Brooklyn from the local restaurant. And, you know, they play live music while they cook. And they've been doing that for the better part of 20 years. She just moved in from like Idaho or wherever, and she kept calling the cops and she had a problem with it. Shit like that needs to stop. Those businesses are going out of business because there's no one who lives there that looks like them that wants to support them. I think we need to maintain our communities. We need to keep our dollars in those communities, and then we can branch out. But it starts at home. And until we build that up, until we have people giving a damn about the local community on a level greater than what we have now, we're not going to see that. And we'll just keep seeing the rich land developers moving in, sucking the culture out of the neighborhood like vampires, and then selling it back to white folks for 3 times the cost with none of the flavor. And that's just my take on it.
All right, Corey. Corey.
Sorry, having some mic troubles. Hey, yeah. I mean, everything everybody else said was pretty good. I don't want to beat the black community down too much. I mean, like I grew up middle class. I know a lot of people here grew up middle class. You know, some people may even grown up upper middle class. You know, working class. Black people are doing okay right now. You know, we are getting a lot better. You know, it's not as bad as it used to be. You know, so I think we should keep on doing what we're doing. Whenever I go back home, I always see, you know, how the neighborhood's getting better, how more people are going to college, how you have more 2-parent homes now. You know, people are able to afford to send their kids to universities and stuff like that now. Things are getting better. You know, it's not this doom and gloom situation that people like to paint all the time. Speaking from the U.S. community, you know, from my perspective, it would be nice to see a new black deal. Maybe something that the government pushed out for people after World War II that helped grow the middle class, that made it easier for American middle class people, working Americans, to get home loans, to have built relationships with the banks to get loans, and to generate to build that generational wealth, to generate that income. It will be nice to see something specifically like that from the American government, so they can put their money where their mouth is. You know, just like they helped out European immigrants when they came in this country 100 years ago, 80 years ago. You know, black home ownership would be nice. You know, it will be nice for companies, for U.S. companies, especially these tech companies, to embrace and hire more people of color, the country will be so much better off if Black citizens and women were just as prosperous as the white people. Think of all the extra trillions of dollars and income that could be pumped into the country. I mean, I don't. This is not really, I mean, if you say you love the country so much, and help these people, they, we are. They're the same people as you are. I don't know. The country will be really booming, if that were to happen. I think, Black people need to get better at financial literacy. Like I said before, when I was growing up, I saw my parents spend more money than they saved, and therefore, when I grew up, I spent more money than I saved. And it wasn't until recently that I learned to not do that. I mean, I can't even imagine how dangerous I would have been if my parents would have taught me that the right way. From the beginning, I mean, things like that, man. Look no further than athletes who have these multi-million-dollar contracts and they're fucking broke after they finish playing. We need more Black businesses. Black businesses need more access to capital. Yada yada yada. You guys all know what needs to happen. I mean, like, we've been saying this shit for decades now. Now it's time to get moving. All
right, Raymond.
So, I guess I got a little issue with a couple things that were said. If it's about succeeding, let people to succeed. White people don't have all the money because they didn't do Starbucks and they stuck with the mom and pop shops. White people have money because they leverage technology, they leverage big corporations, and they got bigger. So if you want Black people to have the same things that everyone else has, Blacks should be allowed to do what others were doing. Now, notice I said allowed, because it's not for lack of trying that African Americans don't have the same things. We have all the evidence that Blacks tried to do the same. They did do the same things. They just got a different result. Black men went to fight in World War II just like white men. Soldiers were given free money through VA, through GI bills, through FHA loans. Black soldiers fought the same war. They were not given access to the same free money. This prevented them from doing the same things like transferring wealth down through their family. So I get concerned when we say we're going to fix the problem by teaching Black people how to use money properly and teaching them about insurance and teaching them about home ownership, when the situation was never that Blacks didn't want homes or never that they didn't want insurance. Obama, during his time, there was a law passed because they found that by race, when Black people bought life insurance, very often they did not get the payout. Their family did not get the money for crazy ass reasons. So things like this, it wasn't that Blacks didn't invest in life insurance. It's just that banks did shady things. Blacks with the same credit score as whites, they worked, they got their credit, the same credit score, but they were getting higher interest rates, meaning while the white man and the Black man have the same amount of money in their pocket, the Black man's money is worth less because of that higher interest rate. So I'm not saying don't teach Black people about money. I'm saying don't pretend that the majority of the problem is because Black people, A, don't know about money and don't have an interest in learning about money. Nixon did that in the 60s. Build all these offices to teach Black people how to write business plans. What they didn't do is give the Black neighborhood money to invest in those businesses once they learn how to write a business plan. On the other hand, the white side of town did get money through the SBA for their economic development. So sure, everyone loves to say educate, 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 but there is no evidence that the condition of the Black in America is mainly attributed to lack of education and lack of interest in education. I argue we need to focus on the things that keep getting in the way, like access to education, which is changing with technology. You have so much open source stuff now. It's changing with progressiveness of schools. We're now allowed to go to these schools. So yes, You were able to go to the Coast Guard Academy or the military academy for the last 6 generations. My people weren't let in till the 60s or 70s for some of these schools, like the Air Force Academy. So yeah, we got a little bit of catching up to do. Coming back to being bankers, we weren't allowed to own banks all the way through, I want to say, 1910. And in the banks that we did have, they were not allowed to have access to the Federal Reserve. So even when we put money into our banks, we are not allowed to earn interest the same way as the white banks. So it's not that we're not have bankers because we didn't want to be bankers. We were actively prevented from doing the same things. We need to not dodge that away so dismissively. Now, here and today, as someone said, I get the impression that most of us come from better families or better situations. How about that? If we truly care about the community, if we truly care enough to sit around talking about the Black community, we should also be talking about what we're going to do with the Black community. So if we know how to do business, what are we doing to share with the people? So I will speak for myself. I run forums here in Milwaukee, online broadcasting, teaching open data source techniques, data-driven. We call it Milwaukee Data Initiative 2.0, teaching people about their information, teach them what to do with data privacy, teach them about investment. So I've been trading online, sharing my trades in real time for the last 7-8 years. Because yes, a lot of my people, they don't know people who know how to get into equity markets. So I made it upon myself. I'm going to show my people how I do it. Does every person who watched me get into stocks? No, but I've taken that responsibility to say, I'm going to share this knowledge. So I argue that's what you can do now if we want to make our people richer. One, stop telling them to take a different route than white people took to get to wealth. Starbucks did not become Starbucks by investing in local mom and pop shops. The biggest, most wealthiest powerhouses did not get there that way. Right now, most of the money in America is in finance, tech, and healthcare. That's where white people put most of their money. So if we want our people to be having the same, stop telling them to invest at the local corner store. Invest in health and healthcare, technology, and finance. And when you make all those returns, like the 30% return that I've gotten the last 3 weeks, you can take that money and invest in a local mom and pop shop if you want to. But what you can't do is invest in a local mom and pop shop and take all that money and then invest in healthcare and finance and tech. It's the order of how you do things.
Okay. So just to sort of around things. Oh, I think B is coming back in again. All right. So B, so same question for you then. What economic developments would you like to see happen in the Black community? Hello, B, are you there? Are you there? Okay. Let's try and run this off here. So, last question before we go off. So, let's fast forward a year. In a year's time, 2 questions then. Where do you think we will be, and where would you like us to be in a year's time? So, where do you think that we will be with all these protests for reform, everything happening around the world? People say this is a turning point. In your honest view, where do you think that we will be a year from now? Let me start with Sam.
I think that these are actually going to make some significant differences. The big thing, though, is that we've got to also figure out what is going to happen during the verdict of Derek Chauvin. That's going to really play into what happens if he gets convicted, and if he gets convicted for 2nd-degree murder, or if he gets convicted for the crime that he committed, which is 2nd-degree murder. I could see basically I don't see any more riots happening if that happens, at least not next year. if something else happens, I could see riots happening, and that probably can lead to like second and third order of effects. But overall, I think that there will be a lot of things that happen. As we're seeing right now, votes are being pushed right now for defunding police departments, disbanding the Milwaukee Police Department, which looks like it's going to be just like what Mike was saying, is that they're probably going to change. The way that that police department is. They're going to rebuild it from scratch or put something in its place for the time being. And there's already talks right now of like police departments like the Chicago Police Department and even the LAPD that they're going to get defunded. That a bunch of their funds are going to get put in other programs, because there was like a look at like the amount of funds that were being put out. I see a lot of people getting fired. The other big thing is going to be November, because November's the elections.
Wow.
And that's going to play a big part into how a lot of things happen. These were two curveballs: coronavirus and the coronavirus pandemic, and these protests. I mean, Trump is really toned down a lot of the stuff he's done, because he's still trying to get votes, and the people walking out there, those are basically the more liberal and even some moderates that support the cause. So he's still trying to win over some of those moderates. He knows he pretty much lost the black vote completely, in my opinion, because I can't really, unless they're like stagnant, diehard black voters that vote conservative or like Trumpies, they're not going to support him. They're completely against him. But that's going to play into what happens next year. But if I was going to give a prediction, I would say, I'm going to be bold. I'm going to say Biden wins this one. And I think he's going to take he's got this, forgot what her name is, but I don't think it was Maxine Waters, but it was another black female. She was like the chief of police. One of you guys probably knows who she is, but it looks like she's like the lead vice president candidate for him.
I think you're talking about the chick who didn't win in Georgia, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I can't think of her name right now, but she
Stacey Abrams.
Yeah, you're talking about Stacey Abrams, bro.
Yeah. And that's like, she's looking like the lead one, and I think he's going to take her and go work with that. And pretty much I think that's what it's going to look like a year from now. He'll take charge by a small margin, because the other thing too is I also don't think the electors like him that much. I don't think the electors at this stage actually like him that much. But yeah, I'm done, man.
Okay. So B, is your mic working there? Hello, B, is your mic working? Is your mic working?
Hello?
Yeah. All right, we got you.
Yeah, sorry about that. I just had to tend to something.
All right. So basically, so just to backtrack, what economic developments would you want to see happen in the black community?
Here, I think we're facing a real issue here in the UK. You'll back me on this. I don't know how we can elevate, or how any of the things that I'm going to mention can happen, because gentrification here is massive right now. It's huge. You'll agree with me, HH, if you look at places like Dalston or Brixton, they don't look how they looked probably 7-8 years ago. It was a completely different area.
Well, no, it's also because I know how Brixton was perceived and marketed to me when I used to come to England from Nigeria, and then when I went to see
it
like
was a hub. It was a hub for black people from all different
but
backgrounds.
it's completely different now. It's a totally different place now. I was shocked. Yeah, we'll carry on.
They've got rid of the markets. It's full of coffee shops. It's now marketed to trendy middle class people. There's not a lot of black business here in the UK as much as I'd like to see. We need to improve on that. I have been doing a lot of research on black banking. We need to improve on that. In investing, plan developments, trading, being in the markets, education. There's so much to do, but how we do it, I'm not so sure. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, because again, I just think the difference here, and I think obviously speaking to our Americans here, is that in England, so England, I keep reminding is the most classist country in the world, as in they really stamp their foot on poor people, and we can talk about America's racism and all that kind of stuff, but again, my brother who's lived in both countries says that the American dream is real. Like the Jay-Z story can't happen in England. They won't allow it to happen.
Absolutely
because
not.
there are certain barriers to entry where England would say, no, you cannot go from being a debt poor, drug dealing person to being fully rich. That can't happen. We will not allow it to happen.
We've got an artist here, an artist, I don't know if any of you guys know of him, called Stormzy.
It's very, hence what I just say, for black people in England, it is very difficult for them to kind of gain the kind of autonomy that a lot of African Americans have. Like when I think of the affluent black British people in England, most of them are probably coons or sellers. Like I think of Lenny Henry, guy's a clown, and he is the kind of poster boy of black British English. But for me, the guy's a total clown because England choose specifically the blacks who they want to put at their face of success. So yeah, I mean, I think from this point of view,
and as quick as they take you up is as fast as they will drop you here. And I was just going to go on to say we have an artist here called Stormzy, who was willing to pay for the education of a certain amount of black students to go to one of the best universities in this country. There was outrage, uproar, and they said no. You cannot. It's not that you cannot, but it's very difficult to succeed here and grow and be successful as a black person. It's very controlled, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, so let me come to Brown here. So Brown, where do you see us, black people and so forth, in a year's time from now, based on all of the protests and the movements that's happening? In a year's time from now, where do you see all of us, black people? Brown?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
Honestly, so it's hard to say where anything is going to go right now because everything is in a state of flux, right? Like 2-3 months ago, I would have gladly taken very good odds that Trump was going to win a second term. Today, I don't know. Biden has become an X factor, and I think it's a lot of it is because a lot of the folks who people backed Trump when he was a sure thing, when he was a winner, when he could say whatever and he could get away with it. As that's becoming less and less of a true statement, people are being more emboldened to basically tell the emperor that he's naked. It seems like folks are less inclined to just follow along. But I don't know. Like even today, he's saying there's going to be no closings of any or defunding of any police station on his watch or whatever have you. He's trying to still play tough guy. So I think basically he just shot himself in the foot on that because the movement's pushing for that and he is speaking against it. But he was sure to say, oh, but I support the movement, but I'm just not going to allow any defunding on my watch. So he's trying to talk out of both sides of his mouth and he can barely speak regularly. So I think what's going to happen here is it's unpredictable. I can't say. I just know that black folks are finally starting to feel like they're heard, and I'm legit positive. I think we'll be in a better place as a people this time next year than we are presently, or we were last year. This time last year, I think Black folks are starting to realize that they are more powerful than they thought they were. Or rather, correction, they are starting to realize that they are more powerful than they were taught they were, and that there is power in their words, and that they have allies all across this planet, not just in the white community locally. There are people in New Zealand right now raising their fists for you, for me, for everybody.
Japan, it's all
Japan.
about, and also self-worth. The key thing, self-worth, because self-hate has been a disease of Black people for a long time. Self-hate, but the whole thing of self-worth is key, which is why I always hate the phrase "Black is beautiful." Why tell me Black is beautiful? I already know that. It's like, have you seen that?
Yeah, but it's a thing in America that they were taught that it wasn't. It's the same way you don't talk about a Black woman's hair. That's a no-no. That's a landmine. You don't do it. It's because for the same reason why schools were trying to cut little Black girls' dreadlocks, and that was a thing here, and they couldn't understand why it was. Well, it's against policy. Why should she be allowed hair that we don't allow anyone else? They were tone deaf to it, but it's a cultural thing because we've been taught that Black hair is ugly. This is why they make such a huge deal when a sister goes natural, quote unquote. And it's a thing. But as we begin to natural hair is back in, where folks are embracing the fact that their skin is beautiful. Now we can all say that we felt that. We can all say it out loud, but let's be real. Have we as a community been acting like we believe it? I mean, have we? I'm asking. It's just, I personally think that we have been, as a result of our experience in this nation, I think that we have been told that we are not powerful by people who fear our power for the purposes of preventing us from doing what we're doing now. It's organizing.
Fear. Yeah, it's just a fear. I mean, like the system is terrified because this is different from the 60s. This is a global thing, and it is getting on. But my key thing is that, will this just be a trend, or do you believe this will have serious change in a year's time? Brown.
No, I'm here. I'm sorry, I hit mute by accident. I think you're right. I think I approach this the same way I would approach a street fight. When there's two people beefing, the person who's talking the most shit is the person who's going to do the least fighting most of the time. Because there's two types of people. There's people who talk and there's people who do. And my thing on this is thus. I feel like we are in a position for the first time in history where Black America is taking center stage. Folks knew about our culture from what Hollywood told them or what they saw on the news. I saw Chicago brought up today. That was fun. On this day, 18 people died in Chicago from murder, and only 24 died in all of Texas from COVID. You were more likely to get shot in Chicago than die of COVID. Like, dumb shit. But that's the point, right? They're immediately trying to take away from the movement by saying, if Black people really cared, why aren't they marching in Chicago? Completely ignorant to the fact that they have been marching in Chicago against gang violence, that they do it annually, as a matter of fact. So, we'll be better off for it. Regardless of who wins the election, I think we'll be in a better place. Black folks in America have had a taste of power. Now we got to just make sure we don't choke on it. We got to make sure that we manage it properly.
Okay. So, Corey.
Yeah, just to piggyback off of what you're saying, Brown, and that's the thing that kills me, right? Because systemic racism is not, Black on Black violence is not the cause of systemic racism. Black on Black violence isn't the cause for example, if I go into a bank and I ask them, and I'm trying to cash a large check, they look at me funny or or double check, triple check, call security, make, that is not due to black on black violence. That's systemic racism. And I hate when people try to muddy up the conversation and say, well, this is the reason why that happens, because, it has nothing to do with each other. But what I would say is that I think Trump will probably win the re-election. What I would like to happen is for Trump to not win the re-election. Although I don't think the other guy's any better or much better.
Okay. So do you know how much he said? You didn't even say, "I hope that Biden wins." You just said, "I hope Trump doesn't win."
I mean, I hope it's not true. I mean, they have. I wouldn't be surprised if we see something we've never seen before this year, which, as maybe the Republicans don't pick up Trump, maybe they pick somebody else. Maybe I don't know. I just think that we're going to see something we've never seen this year before happen, because this 2020 has already been a crazy year. I mean, why not? I would like to see more black people. What I would like to see next year, the change I would like to see, is I would like to see more black folks from around the world kind of reaching out to each other the way we are now, because that's very beneficial. We have technology, we have the internet. We need to reach out to each other and start having conversations with each other, because we all seem to be going through the same shit. Doesn't matter if you're in the US, UK, or wherever. I think I predict, and you're already seeing this now, I predict more black people from all over the world will start to travel back to Africa, to start to trying to get reconnected to their roots. You already saw it last year with the year of return in Ghana. You already saw it last year with that.
I'm cynical. I'm really cynical. I think it's going to be about the same. Like,
Sam, what's my name? My name is HH. Have hope. Have hope. Just have the hope, man. Come on, have hope.
I do have hope, man.
Come home. The food is better. The women are better. the weather is better. It's great, guys. What are you afraid of? Come home. Come home. All right.
I think it's going to be much harder to be a racist now. I think that maybe you're going to see people. I think maybe you're going to see people calling out more races. I think you're going to see more white people stepping up and doing the right thing. All over the world. Hopefully, I know in America you will. I think maybe you'll see people in places like the UK, that they see what's going on with the death of George Floyd, and they see the protesting that's happening right now, and they see how their voice matters now, and how the protests change the way things are. And I think maybe you'll see more people step, because you already see it in protests in the UK. The UK have had 3 really high profile shootings that I know of black people shot by the police. And I know a lot of Americans don't know about that, and don't know what's going on over in places like the UK and maybe France and other places. But I would like to see movements like what we see happening because of George Floyd in places like the UK and other places. I would like to see that.
Right. One other prediction I have, though, is that I think Lafayette Square. You guys know Lafayette Square, right? The whole thing that's been going on. I think that's gonna bite the fucking president in the ass, like, really hard. There's a lot of, like, the Australian government came in on that because 2 of their reporters were attacked by the cops. Numerous people got injured, like, just for a fucking photo shoot, for a 3-minute photo shoot. And the churches got infuriated about that too.
No, it was wild. Look, Trump is messed up. So, Ray, where do you see black people a year from now? It's all this stuff.
I think they'll just be better. I don't know why we're focusing on the year. I think things are going to keep moving in the direction they have been moving. They're not moving as fast as we would like them to move, but the direction's only been going one way overall. We were talking about investment earlier. If you're going to invest in the stock market, just put your money on there in a Vanguard Mutual. If you just let that money sit over 20 years, there's no 20-year period of American history where that return will not be on average 8.5% a year. Now, there will be individual years where it's less than that or even negative. But if you look at the 20-year gap, you pick any 20 years, you're going to have an 8.5% return on average on your money. So I say that to say, coming back to our mentality, if you think on a year-to-year basis on investment, you will never make money. When the stock market goes down, you're going to take your money out instead of letting it ride over longer periods of time. Same with this. If you need your wins to fit inside of a year, you're never going to get any real wins. The question we should be asking ourselves is not if Blacks are going to be somewhere in a year, but do we have the courage to be in it to win it if it goes on for years? And I argue that our people have shown the answer is yes, through centuries of slavery, through Jim Crow, through Reconstruction, through civil rights, through our current place today. Our people have shown that no matter what, we only move one direction on the longer period. Now, what our enemies try to get us to do is to look at that one moment of that one Black dude with his pants down around his ass running out of the bank with the money pack die. That is one point. That is not the direction. That's not the overall story. Now, regarding Biden or Trump, I am not as sure as you guys that Biden's going to win. I won't be surprised if he does, but I'm not that confident that he has this in the bag. And that's because of how the Electoral College is set up. I think Trump is so crazy right now that how the people were quiet when they voted for him the first time, they're now known to be quiet now. But as far as the impact on this becoming just a year or whatever, I think one of you said it earlier. LA riots was just LA. Now what happens when you kill one of us, the whole damn country, if not the world, starts going up in flames. And that's a part of connectivity through technology. You know, in 2003, there was a blackout in America. It was the second worst blackout in American history. 45 million people, 8 or 9 states. That was because the system became so interconnected that when something happened in one place, it happened everywhere. We're now so connected that when something happens in one city, it might as well have happened on all the cities. And that's, again, why I think technology is going to save us. Because before, we were separated. Now we're connected. So we're increasing the cost to where, yes, racists are not just going to disappear in the racist rapture. But to do the things that they were doing before, the consequences are only escalating. So I only see this going in a good direction. The only question is, do I have the patience and the intestinal fortitude to see this thing through?
All right. And B, round us off. Where do you see Black people as a whole a year from now, or years from now, future-wise? Hello? B, hello? 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Yo, you there, man?
Check a 1 2 1 2.
1 2, check 1 2 1 2. B, are you there? All right.
Bianca, you there? You there, Bianca?
Yeah, her mic is what? So, guys, look, man, it's been a 5-hour crackdown, man. It's been crazy. It's been wild, but I think hopefully it's been educational. But I think people out there. I told you guys, you guys are having a small following. So I just think that before we go, I think, how can guys viewing this, how can they reach you? So obviously, don't give your phone number, don't give your house number, or any of that stuff, because there are mad crazy people out there. So whether you're on Twitter, whether you're on Facebook, whether you're on Medium, or whatsoever, where can people reach you so they can sort of handle it? And then I'll obviously try and take a mental note and put it in the description box. So, Sam, where can people reach you?
Yeah, I mean, the easiest way to reach me, my Instagram, they can reach me on Instagram the easiest, or they can reach me on Twitter. I'd probably say Twitter's probably the best way, and that's KAGERYU311. That is KAGERYU311. Just look me up, and pretty much if you have any questions for me, let me know, man.
Yep. Brown, where can people reach you?
I'm on Instagram, and it's simply the Michael Bernard Brown. So,
All right.
Drop me a line.
Okay, cool. Corey, where can people reach you?
Hey, y'all can see me fighting a good fight on Twitter. It's real easy. Philly Abroad. I'm Philly Abroad on Twitter.
And Ray, where can people reach you?
You can find me on Twitter. It's Raymond K. Roberts. You can find me on Facebook, Raymond K. Roberts. Find me on YouTube, Raymond K. Roberts. And I also blog on medium.com. So I always keep it the same. Just look for the bow tie.
All right. And one last time, B, are you there? B, are you there? Is your mic working? B, are you there? Nah, I think it's wrong. Guys, it's been swell. We may do this next Tuesday based on what everyone's schedule is and so forth. Remember, guys, this is not an anti-white, kill whitey show. This is just a show for Black people to come together and have a nice 5-hour catharsis, whatever the hell the word is called, talk. Okay, this is not say white people. Which I say, I put out the word. I said, any white people, any Caucasians that wouldn't join this thing, please. But no Caucasians took the flipping invite. So it is what it is. So we may see us next Tuesday here again. Thank you guys. Love your inputs. And yeah, man, guys, keep safe, keep real. And remember, guys, reject the blue pill, take that red pill. We're out. Peace.
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 Joe, you need to come in on this next one.